Welcome back, fellow Indians, American Indians. How you doing? You know, I'm gonna give myself props for that article, man. I didn't write it, but I found it. So it's the article that we're gonna continue reading in this second part to the video. Um, I'm kind of sacked out today, so I'm not doing the camera thing because I'm just completely laid out. It's a rainy day, um, but sometimes rainy days are right on time. So everything that could go wrong with that last video seemed to have gone wrong. Now I've been using my earbuds because I instead of having my clunky headphones on or in the video, I figure, oh, let me put my little earplugs in. I could tell that the sound quality, I don't know what happened to it. I've used that the earplugs for a couple of videos, even some of them, a lot of them although I didn't post them. So, but I could tell that they were breaking up. The sound quality wasn't right. Also, I never touch the resolution of the video, because I don't think you can control that. So whereas you can read things on the screen usually, and you can usually adjust it, for some reason I just found it odd that I couldn't adjust the resolution. Say now the video is already recorded, but you notice that, say we're reading the article and you can't really see it, it's blurry. So usually you go to the settings on YouTube and it'll give you the options to make a higher resolution. There's no other options for that particular video. And I just find it odd, like other videos have it where you could change your resolution if it's too blurry. And it just it's just one of those little things that your mind picks up on, but you're not supposed to talk about it because then you're going to be seen as a conspiracy theorist. But again, I say, most other videos, you can change your resolution. And, so why in a video when we're talking about federal Indian law, is it all messed up? You can't read along. Well, we did a little something about that today, because what I should have done was make a PDF of the article, because Lord knows in a few months the link won't work. I've seen that happen in videos that I've done. You link something that you talked about, and a person goes to try to link to it when you provide the link, and the thing done, it's gone. And in some cases the thing will be there, but it'll have a whole different link. It's like, who are the gremlins that go behind, and the fixers, I guess what they would be called, and change your shit when you bring in truth to the authorities on the land, meaning the Indians. So someone doesn't want us to get these messages, it looks like, but we'll look like we're big whole conspiracy theorists if we talk about it, right? We're not supposed to talk about it. I'm always going to talk about it. And I don't care how crazy I look. You know what? I found out that the things that I thought were fishy ended up being, oh gosh, beyond fishy. Okay. Beyond fishy. Okay. So, yes, I start my videos with that screen. I realized there's something in the name of a deity that I call on, who is a deity that got his birthright back. So you say, what are you, a heathen? Yes, I am, a proud one. Yes. So who's this HERU? Why? I said it a million times, but I know repetition is like God. HERU, as I just said, HERU is an energy. And the energy linked to that name is the energy of firstborn birthright holders, like the deity was, reclaiming their birthright from the thief that is still stealing it. That's why I like to have that name. It's the energy. We all know that words have energy and all of that, right? Okay. So it's pronounced HERU. HERU. That's the pronunciation. So to be clear, yes, I realize I do start off the videos with this shot. That is the reason behind it. We are ancient Tameri, although a lot of people still have a problem with that. I think the general consensus is, okay, Egypt was in America. Okay. But that don't mean nothing. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's what's giving you first king. When you look at where the kings came from, this is your bloodline, American Indians. That's why we go to Tameri. Okay. So now I do want to say something about that. If I remember, I will say it at the end of the video, because it is something that I had to get real with myself about this king line. So already you know probably where this is going to go. But without further ado, we want to get to part 2, because we're talking about this article. Let's bring it up. American Indian sovereignty. Now you see it, now you don't. What does that mean? It's not true sovereignty. We didn't even mention the author who is here. Will that link, is that a live link? Let's just see. Okay, let's give him the credit. There he is. Fair use, I hope. Thank you, sir. If I could blow up that, I would, but I don't think I can. There's his picture. Not a bad looking dude. Is this him down here? Is that him too? No, he's a amalgamated Indian, it looks like, in memory of Slow Turtle. So he learned something from this Slow Turtle. Maybe Slow Turtle knew a thing or two, and he helped Peter DiErico's, I kind of like that name, DiErico, his law page. Law reflects, but in no sense determines, the moral worth of a society. The better the society, the less law there will be. Did you hear that? The better the society, the less law there will be. In heaven, there will be no law. Okay, he's taking us spiritual. Well, it looks like he didn't write this. Okay, so he's quoting something. So this is not what Peter is saying. He's quoting Grant Gilmore, The Ages of American Law. Okay, in heaven there will be no law, and the lion will lie down with the lamb. The worse the society, the more law there will be. In hell, there will be nothing but law, and due process will be meticulously observed. Ooh, I'm getting some Dante Inferno vibes on this one, y'all. Woo. I wasn't even trying to go there like that. I just wanted to see a little bit about Mr. DiErico. Well, thank you, DiErico. That's kind of a word. I mean, there's something to be said. in heaven there will be no law. I know the Christians and the monotheists are like, what? No law. Commandments. Commandments are for slaves. I'm sorry. I know that comes off as offensive. It's not meant to be. I just think we diminish our God selves when we continuously cling to wanting to be slaves. A great segue to back to the article. So this article was written, I didn't give him his props last time, apologies, but I did link the video in the last video. pt.2. This is his law page, and in memory of Slow Turtle. So we're not going to get all into his page right now because we have an article to deal with right here, his article. Now, this is from the University of Massachusetts. I guess he's a teacher there, or I'm thinking. This text was presented as the inaugural lecture in the American Indian Civics Project at Humboldt State University. Wow, Humboldt. When I see that word Humboldt, it reminds me of Humboldt, the historian, which I bet that's who you're talking about, who first saw, or first, one of the first, I guess, to mention the riches that were found when the Spanish first got here. Because they say in that book we read, The Naming of America, I think page 128, it said the great Humboldt didn't hesitate to describe the roads of America, the streets, how they were built. For those Indians that say, we didn't live in teepees. Okay, you're correct. So the great Humboldt described what was going on in South America when the Spanish came here. It was high civilization that the Moors did not tell the world about. That's why they're so shocked. I guess they were like, well, damn, Moors, you all knew about all this? And the Moors were like, we wasn't here when we were here. They lied. They'll lie. They'll just lie. So it's like, damn, Moors, you said they were savages. What we mean is they don't believe in Jesus and stuff. Whatever, whatever. So, okay, so we learn a little bit more. It's his copywritten. So, we say fair use by pt.2. We just saw him and his dedication to Slow Turtle. Someone he must have learned from. And that means even the amalgamated Indians know a little thing or two about sovereignty. That Slow Turtle must have helped this man to see that he realized that he wasn't sovereign. This Slow Turtle was not sovereign. Okay, so let's move down because I'm going to pick up where we left off. It's a long article. Let's see. So this was part of a lecture at Humboldt State University in Arcata, California, USA, on October 24th. This is way back in 1997, y'all. They had a clue, So that's what I'm saying. In my last video, I say in a few years, we won't even know what sovereignty is. But, they erase it every time it pops up, apparently. Because this is what we read, hitting on all cylinders. There's no doubt that we have a lesser authority within the federal government. So this was sponsored by the HSU Center for Indian Community Development. Adaptations of this lecture appear in the following publications. So it's been adapted in those publications. You want to read it, but we're going to look at it. By Peter DeErico, Legal Studies Department. So he's in the Legal Studies Department at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. Okay. Should we? I want to pick up where we left off. We'll just read this little part, then we're going to jump down. Sovereignty is an especially odd phenomenon. Everyone seems to want it. Well, here, I'm going to just say this. Indians are entitled to it on their land. I don't know about people who wanting it. We're entitled to it. And anyone on their own landmass is entitled to it. So everyone seems to want it. That's an odd thing to say, I think. Those who claim to know it all tell us that sovereignty is just what we have. Although some may have more of it than others. So there's different levels of sovereignty, according to the feds. And trust me, they have the highest, or they are working for those who have the highest. So they use their level of sovereignty, which is higher than that of the American Indian. When we build whatever we build inside the corporation, within their tenants, getting articles of incorporation, from their, what they say makes a corporate, whatever. It seems to have been around for as long as anyone can remember. Well, when you're born on your land and you're not colonized, it's the first thing you know. Even so, for such an established fact of life and for such a cherished ambition, there is a disconcerting uncertainty as to what it is exactly, or where it is to be found, or who has it and who does not, or where it came from in the first place. You're born with it, let alone what is happening to it now. So that's from Walker. I'm not sure which Walker he's referring to. I thought it might be up here. Walker 1670. Walker. Should we hit the link? Oh, Walker. RBJ Space-Time Sovereignty. Mark E. Denham and Mark Owen Lombardi editions. Perspectives on Third World Sovereignty. So that's where that came from. Okay, so how do I get back? Oh, I gotta scroll. Oh man, they done scroll me all back to the bottom. Now I have to go back all the way up manually. Darn. Okay, let's go. So let's go to the top, and then we're gonna go to where we left off. I have to warn you, I'm of the mind to read the whole thing again, only because where we started, only because it was so damn blurry. I realized, and you couldn't read along. So if we don't read word for word, we're just gonna take a look at it again. Okay. These are the things you have to do when shit fucks up for no reason at all. When other videos you do and you can see text and then you don't change any of the settings and you go to do another video and the text is all blurry and you can't even correct it with the YouTube resolution thing. Okay. Oh man, I'm so tempted to read the whole thing. Maybe let's start where we left off, and then if we want to, we'll go back. Because I told you we're gonna start down here at this part, because this was I felt to start here because it's talking about the actual federal Indian law, and he cites a number of cases And now when I cite a case, it's not because I'm looking at them as the authority. I'm trying to show you the authority that they are taking in their federal system. That's why we're looking at these cases, not because we feel like they are the end or the last word. This is an American Indian showing you the laws from this federal government that override the sovereignty that they gave you. Who gave you? Congress gave you these bogus ass, useless types of sovereignty. So you know what? Yes, I'm going to read it so we can all read along. We gonna get this work, as they say. We ain't got nothing but time because that's all we're wasting. If we might as well learn what real sovereignty is, since we spend so much time wasting it with this damn federal system, man. It is what it is. It is never intending on giving us what it took from us. Now, we had the Pope denounce the doctrine of discovery, and whatever's left of this corporation and its little offshoots are still going forward. What? Disenfranchising and disowning Indians, we read in this very same article, of their land. So I'm sorry if you don't want to read along, please just fast forward, but we're going to read this thing all again so we can all see it. I made a PDF, so now this is clear as day, or it should be, and because I blew it up when I made the PDF. I could make it bigger, but I don't want to be out of the margin, let me see. If I make it fully big, can I move it over a little bit? I can. So maybe we can do the fullest of that will fit. Okay, federal Indian law. Okay. And I wondered if I should, no, if you can see it now, I shouldn't have to highlight as I read. Because, man, anyway, the resolution was so bad. The sound was so bad. I'm not using my earplugs now. I'm using the headphones. Hopefully, they are working right. Okay. Federal Indian law. When we enter into the realm of federal Indian law, we need to keep in mind that we are traveling in a semantic world created by one group to rule another. We have to keep this in mind when we talk that we want to be federal and we are a corporation in the federal government. The corporation is like a benefit and privilege that the United States federal government offers to people looking to have a business, we could say, because there are unincorporated businesses. And I'm assuming that they go by common law, I would hope, not codes and statutes, because anything that's a corporation has to go by codes and statutes. But I believe those who are not incorporated, we'd have to look into that. And I don't see why they would, fall in the codes and statutes. I'm not sure. We'd have to look into that. It's not something that's talked about, unincorporated businesses, because the idea is that they want to present it like, oh, the best thing to have is something incorporated. It's not. Well, it is better for them because they'll have the authority to tell you where to go, when to go, how to go, et cetera, et cetera. So when we enter the realm of federal Indian law, we need to keep in mind that we are traveling in a semantic world. Things sound like what they are, but they are not what they sound like. Semantics. When the word semantics, it brings to mind it's things sound like certain things, but they are not actually those things. It's sort of like color of law, which Chief Kalinago broke that down in one of his videos. Really great. Color of law is not real law, is what he basically said. It's color of law. Oh God, this corporation, they got so many little shenanigans. Okay, so let's read. When we enter into the realm of federal Indian law, which is what we will be getting in as a tribe, an incorporated tribe, because this is what we're going to fall under. Well, that's why they call it federal Indian law. We need to keep in mind that we are traveling in a semantic world created by one group to rule another. And we said, who's that group? It's the British corporation that owns the United States corporation, as well as Vatican, which is over the British corporation. They're the ones that did the coronation. So due to who is conferring something on who, it's not the British people putting the crown on their head, right? It's the Vatican, right? Rome, right? And we read a great article on Rome from Anna Wrights, who is an American national who is going for real sovereignty. Okay. We need to keep in mind that we are traveling in a semantic world created by one group to rule another. The terminology of law is a powerful naming process. So what they do is they rename things and it brings it into a corporate jurisdiction. So the terminology of law is a powerful naming process. I wish he would have said rename, because they'll take a word like a car and they will call it a motor vehicle, for instance. So we think the words don't matter. In law, they are everything, because that's what they're going to pull the authority with. Whatever the word is, that's what's going to pull you into their jurisdiction. So even the word corporation, it's a thing of the government, the federal government. It's something that King James brought here with the East Indian Company. We read that. So everything thereafter that is named a corporation is under it. Like I learned, when we see district court, that is a direct link to the District of Columbia, DC. So a district court is a District of Columbia, a municipal court. Now you're talking about the Vatican. District court, that's a direct link to the DC District of Columbia. So anything that brings us under those terms means that we are still being colonized. So when Dane talks about the 13%, for instance, he's talking about something that is not a creation of the corporation. It is what he, as an American Indian, is establishing. So he has the authority. And the people that he bring into it, they will have the authority. It has nothing to do with a federal government. And once more, they can't do anything to stop that. Why? Because Dane clearly is calling on his sovereignty as an American Indian. Now, his is just an example of that, And so in the last, I know I'm not reading, but let's just talk it out. Because the idea at one point we did say, well, what if we walk into the corporation and just take the seats of Congress? The only way that I see that working, you know what? I don't know if I see that working, because I'm trying to, okay. First of all, let's be clear. There are no Indian sovereigns on the land of America, none of the lands of America. So if you're walking in not an Indian sovereign and you're walking into Congress, you will quickly, once again, be dominated by their policies, their words, their acts of Congress. So you don't have the authority of an American Indian because we didn't make it. Now, what Anna is doing is she's establishing assemblies. So in other words, the assemblies of state nationals, they will have the highest authority over, well, not the highest, it will be higher. Indians would have the highest if we ever decide that we want to take our birthright back. If we want to share our birthright with the corporation, that's like not having it at all. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, because now they'll dominate even worse, because they'll basically say, well, we have the cooperation of Indians. They'll work it that way. Meanwhile, we won't be sovereign Indians. They will use that term as if we are sovereign, but they will be dominated. But they will say it is with the cooperation of even the awakened Indians. They already got the $5 Indians and the federally recognizing. But again, if we don't see that we have we are way above, our sovereignty level is way above the corporation. That's why they treat us so bad. I said this in the last video. We're not discriminated against because we're dumb, because we're stupid, because we were slaves. We are discriminated systemically by this corporation because they know that only we, quote unquote, Negroes, are a threat to them politically, because politically we pull rank in our height of our authority. We would pull rank over anything that this corporation does or says. Point blank, period. That is why I was telling this to the other races who think that Indians or Negroes are at such a disadvantage. Oh, those poor people, blah, blah, blah. Baby, we have more authority than you. So no, we're not that pitiful. Now, if we stay in the corporation, yes, we are pitiful. Sad, sorry, pitiful. But if we step into our full authority, you ain't never seen you ain't never seen nothing like it in America. But it has to happen. We have to make it happen, but it has to happen. It has to happen. Right now, the corporation has the state nationals whooping ass. So we do have unknowing advocates in people like Anna writes, who is whooping corporate ass. She is whooping corporate tail. They are so weak right now. It would be the perfect time for Indians to step in to their full sovereignty by what? Ignoring the federal system. That is what an organization like the 13% is doing. Thank you, Dane Calloway. Okay, so let's finish reading. When we enter into the realm of the federal Indian law, we need to keep in mind we are traveling in a semantic world created by one group to rule another. That another would be the Indians. The terminology of law is a powerful renaming process. I'm going to say that. In working with this law, we will use the names that it uses, but we will always want to keep in mind that the reality behind the names is what we are struggling over. I think he's talking about sovereignty. So we use the word that the law uses when they say sovereignty, but we want to keep in mind the reality behind sovereignty. And is what we're struggling over, because we don't really understand it, because the corporation, I think what he's saying here is they have redefined sovereignty. They've made it a lesser sovereignty for American Indians. According to the theory of sovereignty in federal Indian law, tribal peoples have a lesser form of sovereignty. See why sovereignty becomes so complicated? That's why we're struggling. And in my last, I think the video before last, I did admit that I'm struggling. This is partly why, because we're using the word sovereignty, but it has multiple meanings, like the word more. That's why you don't really even want to use that word more. But in terms of sovereignty, I guess we would have to really, where did the word come from? That's a question right there. Is it the right word? Is it a creation of the corporation? Oh, okay, I should have put my phone off. I should have. I gotta call him. In fact, I have to turn the phone off, okay. According to the theory of sovereignty in federal Indian law, tribal peoples have a lesser form of sovereignty, which is not really sovereignty at all, but dependence. In the words of Chief Justice John Marshall in Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831, American Indian societies, I wonder if I should highlight, though they are nations, in the general sense of the word, are not fully sovereign, but are domestic dependent nations. The shell game of American Indian sovereignty, the now you see it, now you don't quality, started right at the beginning of federal Indian law. The foundation of federal Indian law is the assertion by the United States of a special kind of non-sovereign sovereignty. Maybe we won't do the highlights. It's a little not too convenient. Okay, since we read this before, I'm going to speed it up. I'm sorry. We did go through this, so this is just a rereading. So no need to keep stopping, HERU. Let's keep going, okay? In 1973, the Federal District Court for the District of Montana stated the underlying principle in the case of the United States versus Blackfeet Tribe. 364 Federal Supplement, page 192. The facts were simple. The Blackfeet Business Council passed a resolution authorizing gambling on the reservation and the licensing of slot machines. An FBI agent seized 4 machines. The Blackfeet Tribal Court issued an order restraining all persons from removing the seized articles from the reservation. The FBI agent, after consultation with the United States Attorney, removed the machines from the reservation. A tribal judge then ordered the U.S. Attorney to show cause why he should not be cited for contempt of the tribal court. The U.S. Attorney applied to federal court for an injunction to block the contempt citation that the tribe was trying to get. The Blackfeet tribe argued that it is sovereign and that the jurisdiction of the tribal court flows directly from this sovereignty. I'll read that again. The Blackfeet tribe argued that it is a sovereign tribe and that the jurisdiction of their tribal court, the Blackfeet tribal court, flows directly from this sovereignty. So that's like we are an incorporated tribe. We have a case. This is what would happen if once the feds get involved, and they will get involved, because we're not in our full sovereignty, especially if we're United States citizens. The Blackfeet tribe argued that it is sovereign. They thought they were sovereign, and that the jurisdiction of the tribal court flows directly from this sovereignty. They thought they were acting in their birthright sovereignty. No, it was Congress created sovereignty, Blackfeet tribe. The federal court said, no doubt, Indian tribes were at one time sovereign. And even now, the tribes are sometimes described as being sovereign. So then this is actual wording from the judge of the court, baby. He said that we are now sometimes, he didn't say we're sometimes sovereign. I think the judge knows what he was saying, and he said what he said, right? He said there was one time when we were sovereign, and that even now we're described as sovereign. So now it's just a descriptive word. It's not an actual practice type of thing. He notice his words. He could have said, no doubt the Indian tribes were at one time sovereign. So before the corporation came, we were sovereign. And for a few years, even after the corporation, we were somewhat sovereign. I'm not sure about that. I think once we became, part of the union or whatever, I think that is really what did it. I'm trying to figure out, when did it start? When did the disenfranchising really start? But anyway, I stopped again. No doubt the Indian tribes were at one time sovereign, and now sometimes described. So he's not even saying that we have any of that thing now at all. We just described as it. How could he say that when it is that Congress is saying that we are sovereign? But the judge basically is saying that we're described as sovereign, not that we are. Boy, oh boy. Whew. The blunt fact, however, this is the judge, the court, is that an Indian tribe is sovereign to the extent that the United States permits it to be sovereign. Neither more, you're not more sovereign than that, and you're not, and you couldn't get less sovereign than that. I would like to say. So the judge said the blunt fact, however, is that an Indian tribe is sovereign to the extent that the United States corporation permits it to be sovereign, neither more nor less. That is the citation for that quote, 364 Fed Supplement at page 194, volume 364 of the Federal Supplement at page 194. Okay, that's where you will read this law that applies to federal tribes. That is state federal tribes or federal tribes. pretty much, because again, the state of states is just the little bitch of the federal corporation. It's not a real state. That's the fictional version of the state that they're talking about. The real state is land soil, but this corporation does not recognize a land soil jurisdiction because they wouldn't have sovereignty in that, in that land soil jurisdiction. That's what the Constitution refers to, land soil. The first Constitution. The next Constitution was territorial, and then the third Constitution was municipal. So the first Constitution can deal with men and women of the land. The second Constitution, as well as the third Constitution, they have to deal with corporate fictions, and that's all they want to deal with. So when we enter into those two, which we will be, if we're not in our, if we're not in our full sovereignty, and we're not, Indians according to that first Constitution, we will fall in the territorial and municipal world, which is a fictitious world dominated by the British nobility and the Vatican. We are not in that. The first Constitution, we would be part of that. We would have a say, a huge, well, we'd be the sovereign Indians of the land with the first Constitution. With the next two, we are the little the little I'll try not to be nasty. Okay. The court explained, while for many years the United States recognized some elements of sovereignty, who are they to recognize only some of our sovereignty? You are a foreign entity on the land. If you don't recognize me, you got to go. That is really what should be happening here. But they punk us every time, and we fall for it every time, apparently. While for many years the United States recognized some elements of sovereignty in the Indian tribes and dealt with them by treaty, Congress, by act of March 3rd, 1871, this is after the creation of the United States citizen as well, prohibited the further recognition of Indian tribes as independent nations. Thereafter, the Indians and the Indian tribes were regulated by acts of Congress. You are regulated by a foreign entity, so they don't recognize your sovereignty. How do we allow an entity to exist on our land that doesn't recognize us? We might as well be slaves, which we are, to them. They don't. They're telling us, "I don't see you," and we like, okay. Well, do you like my tribe? I became a corporation, and they're like, "That's real cute. Now go sit your ass down, because we got to decide what rights you're going to have on your land and your little corporation tribe." That's how the feds look at us. It's not me. I'm just the messenger. Don't hate the messenger, please. The power of Congress to govern by statute rather than by treaty has been sustained. That means it's in full effect. It is in full effect. The power of Congress is in full effect right now. And I asked myself, I wonder why the treaties didn't work. I'm starting to think if they created the treaty, that's why they could rescind the treaty or break the treaty. I'm of the mind that they wrote the damn treaties, and if the Indians didn't go with it, what would happen to them? So it was another form of duress. I think the treaties were another form of duress to get you to sign, And that is the first step of you signing away your sovereignty. Little by little, they got to do it in little bits and pieces. First, you sign a treaty. Already you're waiving some kind of sovereignty to make way for the colonizer who is trying to get a footing on your land. The power of Congress to govern by statute rather than treaty or any Indian laws or any tribal laws has been sustained. United States versus Kagama, volume 118, U.S. Reporter, page 375. So that power of Congress is a plenary power. See matter of heft, volume 197, U.S. Reporter, page 488. And in its exercise, Congress is supreme. In its exercise of its power over the Indians and the Indian tribe, Congress is God, because Congress is supreme, which means Congress overrides the Indian chief, the Indian, and the Indian tribe. Congress is HNIC over American Indians when we go by their corporation game. We have to create it. And I promise you, Indians, I like I said, I don't know everything, but I promise you this. They don't have a leg to stand on when we break out and create whatever the hell we create on this landmass. I promise you. I promise you. I think Dane is doing that. I have to say it because when I make a video like this, the people need to hear where is this being done anywhere? And I'm telling you, the only place that I see it happening, where, in other words, whatever Dane is creating, the government cannot touch him or the people who have said, you don't have authority over me, baby. I don't need your certificates of in what corporation or anything. I don't need your driver's license. I don't need your birth certificate. I don't need your social security card. I don't need your voter registration. So what am I saying? I'm saying when we create whatever we want for our people, and wherever we stand, that is our land, because we're indigenous, right? So wherever we stand, that is our land. Our sovereignty follows us. We don't follow a reservation. Our sovereignty follows us wherever we go. And we would have a higher authority over any corporation, including the federal one. We don't even have to go to their courts. Why? Because they don't apply to us. And there are more of us on this landmass. If we all stood up in our first Indian birthright sovereignty, oh God, they probably go running, you know. And so be it. It's not, you know, we're just living on our land. That's all we're doing. Like I said before, the foreigners, they have a place to run to if things get crazy. But if we allow ourselves to be dominated by a foreign entity, there is nowhere else to run. We have to sit in this mess and suffer until we stand on our birthright. The power of Congress to govern by statute rather than treaty has been sustained. It is a done deal. Congress is supreme if you want and if you choose to work with this system that we are in. It follows that any tribal ordinance, that means if your tribal chief and your tribe make an ordinance permitting or purporting to permit what Congress forbids, is void. So any ordinance that your tribe comes up with when you're operating in their system, Congress can void it. Congress can void any laws a tribe makes. Let that sit in your mind and ask yourself, is being called an Indian, but being in the system, any different than being a nigger? The answer is no, because we will have waived our rights as firstborn, because we're saying, no, we want you to recognize us. We're going to make a little corporation like you told us to do, and we're going to pay you taxes, but we're going to get it back in tax return. That's not what we were doing when there was no corporation here. Why would we do that now? They don't have all this money for us, y'all. When we get real with how they formulated that money by making our ass the collateral, then we'll know that they've made us the money. So they're basically monetizing us. We are the human resources, the animal resources. Human means animal. And, I keep forgetting that. And, when I hear it, I have to remember. So like this article said, it's a naming process or renaming, because you're renaming me from a man or a woman into a human. Human. So let's read that again to make sure that everyone understands that our tribes, if they're not outside of this federal system, it follows that any tribal ordinance, a little ordinance that we made as a tribe or as a nation, permitting or purporting to permit what Congress forbids, is void. Our ordinances are void in the presence of Almighty Congress. Mind you, this was never given to them in their 19 enumerated functions. They have elevated themselves to supreme soon after they made our asses United States citizens. That's what really, I think, sealed the deal. It was a slow process of making us do treaties, then becoming part of the party system, Republican and Democrat, and the lethal crowning glory is being made into a United States citizen. That's how we got to being African American. It was like this slow little process. It is beyond the power of the tribe to in any way regulate, limit, or restrict a federal law officer in the performance of his duties. He could come in, grab your ass off your tribe, beat you down, and the tribe, having no such power in the tribal court, can have none. I'm sorry, I'm going to read that again. It is beyond the power of the tribe it is beyond the power of the tribe to in any way regulate, limit, or restrict a federal law officer in the performance of his duties. And the tribe having no such power, the tribal court can also have none. So the tribe can't stop a federal officer. A tribal court can't stop a federal officer. Baby, what kind of sovereignty is that? That sounds like sovereign slavery. Our courts can't stop any of this. So then what is the point of having a fucking court if you make a ruling and it is overridden by feds? They are not supposed to be our authority. What about that are we having a problem with? Again, think about, if you can't imagine it for yourself, or you can only think about some benefit and privilege, what about for your generations to come? Can you do it for them? If you're too selfish, can you do it for the ones that come after you? Because Lord knows what they're going to be dealing with if we fuck it up now. Do we want sovereignty or do we want slavery? Choose. The fundamental premise of American Indian sovereignty, as defined in federal Indian law, is that it is not sovereignty. We'll read it again. The fundamental premise of American Indian sovereignty, as defined in federal Indian law, is that it is not sovereignty. You are not getting or taking your birthright back. Federal power truncates tribal sovereignty in myriad ways, too numerous to list here. They fuck us coming, going, and coming back again. It's like running a train on your ass. Let's read it again. The fundamental, that means at the basic level, a premise of American Indian sovereignty as defined in federal Indian law is that it is not sovereignty. Federal power truncates tribal sovereignty in myriad ways, too numerous to list here. What does truncate mean? Was that Donna Summer? That was my girl back in the day. Look how nice she looked there. Look at Donna Summer without makeup. Gosh. Oh, there's another tragedy. Okay. Okay, truncate. We just want to truncate. Truncate. Okay, what does truncate mean? Truncate definition. Okay, truncated. Shortened. That just jumped at me. That shit just knocked me down. Shortened in duration or extent. His truncated career, a truncated version of the show. Shortened. This is what we get with the corporation, y'all. They are here to stay. And if they stay, they are going to stay in control and power over American Indians. If we woke up just to go back to sleep, we might as well. Why not just take the bottle? Just take the whole bottle of sleeping pills, the whole bottle. And if you have any strength left, take a second bottle. just go to sleep permanently, okay? Because that is what the corporation intends to happen. And when we play with the corporation, that is what will happen. But I'm just saying, why not just end it? Give your land to the corporation and stop playing. You know, just forget it. Like I said, according, can I find that? Let me see. I hate to. Where's that map? Do I have it up here? Yeah. Well, here. Well, that's the screenshot. Let's move out. Okay. Come on, mouse. Let's not play games with me today. This is the Indian tribes and linguistic stock map of 1650. Thank you, Chief Morning Thunder, who I think is the first person I saw to bring this map up. What I want to say about this map: Indians, all the ones listed down here, and even you ratchet ass Iroquois. I say that with a sense of brotherly love, okay? You ratchet ass Iroquois playing with the corporation like they're your best friend. Well, you got paid for that, right? Okay. And you sold out. Okay. Well, you're still here, right? And so are the Algonquin and everybody else on that list. It's just that Algonquin, we did have a lot of territory. Now, I don't know if that means we were the most hated tribe in America. I don't know. But I don't think it should. It just means that all it means is that we just had a language that was probably a really original language, you know, and most of the people of America spoke it. That's all it really means. It doesn't mean that we were dominating. I mean, this map, it's just that most Indians spoke Algonquin. That's all it really means. And we resided in these places of America. So what I want to say as we look at this map is, American Indians, do you want your land back or not? Is this too much for you, what we looking at? Have y'all given up on ever getting this back? Because it's right at your fingertips. How? It's getting out of the corporation, number one. Number two, it's just operating however you operate as the highest authority on the land. What are they going to do? Throw us all in jail? There ain't no jail big enough to fit all of us Indian asses in, okay? And they can't do that. It would be illegal, unlawful, and all of that. So my question and my challenge to the Indians is, do we want this back, or do we want the feds to control all of that? Like, they basically, when they control this, all those tribes you see, just take them off, just erase all of that and leave the land, because that's what's going to be here. Just the land and not our ass and the corporation. And all the foreigners that they're going to try to terraform or re-terraform America with, so that they can dominate their ass. So what the corporation is doing is they are taking the place of Indians. It's a supplanting. Their scripture gave them that authority, and they came and whooped our ass with their scripture and got our people still looking for a Jesus. So help me. I'll just never understand. I want to ask the Indians something. If you had a choice between just laying up on Jesus or having the authority to own property tax-free for your family and your generations to come forever, which would you just want to lay up on Jesus' chest, or be the sovereign, the highest sovereign on this land, looking over a beautiful field with the animals and the trees and the breeze, or you just want to lay up with Jesus, who's probably blue-eyed and, you know, uh, you know, got his Caucasian going on. So how many of y'all in your heart feel like I just want my Jesus to forget all of this? Because I want to say it's a very selfish thing. In terms of having any, again, children, grandchildren, they have to live in this world while you laying on Jesus' chest, okay? And they will face the same hell that we've always faced with fighting for civil fucking rights. People, I still hear Indians talking about they want their civil rights. It's just laughable, but sad. If you want civil rights, just put the shackles on your own neck and your own ankles, and go walk to the White House and say, "Here I am, Massa. Do what you will," and then bend over. I'm sorry. I have to. I'm trying to let y'all see what is the better thing, you know. And if we American Indians don't get it right, the whole world will be subject to the bullshit that took our land from us. That's why, again, Negroes are treated so badly, or just, I don't know what the word is, that, you know, your character is assassinated 24/7 in this system. Because you're the authority on the land and they hate you for that. It's like, he bad. These black people is bad. Look what they did. They killed somebody. Oh, look what they did. They robbed this poor little old white woman. Look what they did. Look what they did. Like the news, that's all the news does. Look what these black people doing in America. But what the news is not telling these people is that we're on their land and we want to stay here and we don't like them here. So look at what they doing to us on their land. Well, you have a very simple solution. Go home. If you think we are too uncivilized, go home. So I just want to show this map because this is what's at stake. This is what we're supposed to be taking back, which is our birthright. And the Bible says Esau despised his birthright. Again, I didn't see how Esau did that when it was stolen from him. Like, in other words, for you to convince me that Esau truly despised his birthright, he would have had to himself go to his father and say, "Look, father, bless Jacob and fuck me over. I don't like my birthright." But that's not what happened. So that's why I don't see that Esau truly despised his birthright, because he was tricked, lied to, and then his birthright was stolen. The blessing was stolen. But apparently the blessing was a huge part of that birthright. That's why it was stolen. Whatever Esau gave Jacob, it wasn't significant without the blessing. The blessing was stolen. So Esau might have been very well aware, but we will never get that version of the story. Perhaps Esau knew what he gave Jacob was not the equivalent of his entire birthright. So Jacob had to go and steal the blessing, and that Esau never gave him that. That is what Esau cried for. So did he despise it? If he despised it, he wouldn't have cried. He was hella hurt for what was stolen from him. But I bring that up to say that we Indians will be despising our birthright if we choose the sovereignty that the corporation provides and we feel that all we need is Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that the future that the Indians are envisioning? Trump as your tribe, your like your chief leader? Are you kidding me? A foreigner? You are putting all your trust in Trump? You think because he wears orange number 5 that he's copper colored? Now, this is not a personal attack on Trump, but it is trying to get the Indians to understand, why do you think it's been ages. We've even had the appearance of a quote unquote black man as president. So you think Trump is going to do what Obama didn't do? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, you know what, y'all? If I could escape to someplace where I didn't have to tell Indians what they are giving up, I think I would. I really, it's like being on a losing team. It's like a team that's using a strategy and you're telling them it's not going to work. And they're just saying, yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's going to work this time because we Indians now. But you're Indians with no power. You are Indians with no sovereignty on your own land. How do you think this is going to turn out for you? Look at what all your previous ancestors went through, and you think that you're the one that the corporation is going to finally yield to? They're thinking about their grandchildren. And what they're thinking is, my grandchildren are going to own these Indians' land because they're going to incorporate and they're going to have their little tribal corporation and tribal courts where we can go in, send our descendants and tell these Indians where to go and how to get there. And we think that this is what the ancestors woke us up for. I guess that's why HERU is here. Am I the lone voice? Am I that, who was that prophet in the wilderness? John, the voice crying in the wilderness. I only use that because I know so many of our Indians are so enamored with these stories. But they don't see that Job, and I'm going to keep saying this because that's when I realized that it just knocked me for a loop, because it showed me that when a good man is forgiven, at least it's a precedent in their scripture, he gets what was taken from him and he gets it back with bells on, like multiplied. I think for us, it would mean we get our land and we get a payday for all the pain and suffering. See, because there's a lot of pain and suffering when you're in a case, you don't just get what was taken, you get for the pain and suffering. And you can't tell me that we ain't been suffering in this system to this day. To this day. And if we would stop degrading white people on our channels, talking about the white man this and the white man that, if we would stop making enemies, what we'll find is that there are many white people who will let you know how the fraud works. What are you talking about, HERU? Well, when you go in a bank and you get dealt with, how you get dealt with, if you had a white ally who sees your struggle and understands, he would be able to tell you how your treatment was different from his treatment. But no, we think that we as Indians can still fight a black man's racism game and win. Boo-boo, you misguided. You don't know the value that a white man or a woman could bring to this fight. but y'all want to keep blaming them when it's not even there. They didn't create this shit. I don't know how many times a Negro like me got to keep saying it, because all the Indians know it, but they bury it in some little boo-boo the fool place in their brain and forget we created this shit. So all the players are just playing a game that was already designed. The more stuff the white people in all the positions of power, so those fools that look at the white people and think that they're the ones doing this will walk away thinking just that and continue to attack the one thing that could probably be your best ally. Again, because they can prove the fraud. When I was telling y'all, now I'm all over the place, so this is going to be a long video. Sorry, y'all. I shouldn't do that because the article we're reading is serious. But I want you to look at that map, and I'm telling you, take your name off of it, because that is what you are doing by continuously choosing this corporation and then talking against them that we're not part of it. Yes, we are. If we're not trying to get out of it, we're going to be part of it. And we can talk a good game all we want. But if we insisting on being United States citizens and incorporated, we are their bitch. So look at that map, and whatever tribe you're from, after you figure out where you lived on this map, now go and erase your name off of it, because that is what you are doing when you insist on working, quote unquote, working with the corporation. I'm not inciting violence against the corporation, for the record. I'm asserting my sovereign right as a first birthright Indian of this land, and I'm telling other Indians that we have a right to assemble. We have a right to have a completely separate government, and dare that motherfucking government do something to try to stop us, because they don't have jurisdiction unless we continue to give it to them as being a federal corporation or any kind of anything that we taken from them. It will make them our authority. So look at that map. Go sell it at the antique road show and continue to be a slave, okay? Because that's, I don't think we know what we are losing when we settle for whatever we think they got for us. The long run is that we are we're the ones that again, we don't have another landmass to run to. We get dominated. We might as well end it all, y'all. We don't have another land to run to. The foreigners do. We don't. So if we want to make nice with our colonizer, making nice with him means he is your ruler. He is your God. Because you have given up God-given rights for federal benefits and privileges and a Congress that has plenary power. And I'm just going to say it's looking like the Iroquois have found a way where they are having the power over all the Indians. That's what I see, because that's the crown fell in love with their law of peace. I think they wrote it for them. I think they wrote it especially for the crown. That's, you know, and that's who ends up taking the shoreline, the coast, from the Algonquin. That's all I know. Some people are trying to say the Algonquins were colonizers. Well, they must have been like Osar, the good colonizer, and everything else is like Set, the one who goes out and makes slaves of everybody. I don't know. I'm not sure that that's what the Algonquin were doing. I'm just, they'll find some Spanish books or whatever by Spanish authors, basically Moors, saying that the Algonquians, you know, were colonizers and all of this. Well, they sure did lose. For some, if the Algonquins were colonizers, they sure were the biggest losers when it came to land, because they sure did lose those. I don't know how they be colonizers and they not on their land, and they're not the dominant force on their land, and they don't basically own the East Coast anymore. I don't see how they was these great big colonizers that went out. And anyway, I digress. Let me get back to this article. The fundamental premise of American Indian sovereignty, as defined in federal Indian law, is that it is not sovereignty. Federal powers truncates shortens tribal sovereignty in myriad ways, too numerous to list here. Federal Indian law is perhaps the most complex area of United States law, including tax laws, which they say are very complex. But federal Indian law is even more complex. In civil and criminal law both, the range and scope of tribal sovereignty is fragmented into overlapping and contradictory rules premised on one foundation. All of it is based on the plenary power of the United States. So no matter how you dice it, no matter how you slice it, no matter how fragmented and contradictory it is, the one foundation that is fundamental is the plenary power of the United States. In other words, that's the one thing that's for certain. The supreme plenary is like supreme power of not the Indian, not the chief, not the tribe, but the United States. So it's a corporate model. What the United States will do is they will basically love up on the chief. Like it's the whole, you see the model after a while. The church is the same way. The government is somewhat the same way. And the corporation is the same way. What does that mean? That means the top leaders are basically in bed with the feds. They might get some props, but the tribe members, the employees, the church members, they're the ones that's going to be donating. And just like the church, it only really, it's not, I'm not blaming us for this. What I'm saying is that is the corporate model. That's how it works. So once we're in it, we become that. So your leaders will live a form. They will be in the boys' club, but they're going to be, that is how the United States was taken over. It's this corporate model that does the work for them. They don't really have to do it. It's the model itself. That is, if they say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So that means the little people are giving over all their whatever rights they had. They are wavering to give to the top dog in the corporation. And now he will have more than you, but you will end up like a slave to him. That is the corporate model across the board. Again, that's how the churches are set up. Now, we talk about church a lot. We will criticize the church and how the pastor gets away with da. But once we incorporate, we are just like the pastor. And when the money rolls in, it'll be very hard to criticize the model. It's like, don't hate the player, hate the game. That's why when we get into those seats, now some people are saying, all we got to do is run for public office. That's not it, baby. It's the model. So you run for public office. You somewhere in that Congress, you're going to find out it's a boys' club, the old boys' club. They have supreme power. So it's like getting a seat at Jesus's table. They're going to tell you how the club. Now you're going to go in there with all your dreams, and you're going to help your people. And I'm like going to be like Moses, and I'm going to lead my people free to make us give us free. And the boys' club is going to look at you and laugh. You sure that's what you want to do? Baby, you in the big time now. Let them stay slaves. They enjoy it. But you, now we can show you some things you ain't never seen before. You sure you want to give that up? Oh, baby, the list is endless. The list, sex, drugs, you name it, whatever your vice is. It has the effect of tying you closer to into the club, because now you can't leave, because then your shit gonna get out. Boy, that is the model. That's what is dominating your American Indian sovereignty. A boys' club. Priest at the top of tippy top, even above the kings. And I told you when we watched the coronation, who's making who? Who's kinging who? That was that a song by Aretha Franklin? Who's kinging who? So that's the top dog, baby. And then you gotta rework that and think about that foot kissing, because that's going to tell you who's on top of the priest. Who kissing whose foot? Who's footing who? Was that an African? Yes, it was. Okay. Was that a African's foot that was getting kissed by the kingmaker? Ooh, baby. So that is the grand papa of the church, is kissing an African foot. And then someone under papa is making a British royal by coronating him. There's your line of command. When those videos where I go off on Africa, that's why, boo-boo. That's why. But it's turning out that what happens is our people will be in bed with Africa once they join the corporation. The one that the Pope is kissing their feet, and then the one under the Pope is making somebody a king or a queen, coronating them. So our coronation as Indians was a damn virus. They said, wait, before we make the king that we gonna love up on, let's give these other kings a corona, a crowning. Dr. Fauci, can we get cook up a little something for these kings and queens? Yeah, I'll have that in a second. I'll have that in a second. Thank you, Dr. Fauci. But I digress. It's not funny. But you have to laugh because you have a catatonic fit if you don't. Being a loony bin if I don't. Okay. Where did we leave off? Okay. In civil and criminal law both, we're right here. In civil and criminal law both, the range and scope of tribal sovereignty is fragmented Your sovereignty is fragmented, little pieces, into overlapping and contradictory rules premised on one foundation. This is the bedrock of our tribal sovereignty in the corporation. The plenary power of the United States. That is what everything is built on. That such plenary power is nowhere stated in the United States Constitution. Let's correct that. In the the Constitution for the United States. Let's say it that way. That plenary power is nowhere stated in the Constitution for the United States, because the other constitutions are of, meaning they are from the corporation. The first constitution was for, meaning it was given to the corporation. That's how much authority we had. We gave them the orders. Now they cook up two other constitutions, and now they give us the orders, because that's the constitution of the corporation, where we gave them a constitution that was for the corporation to follow. We gave them the rules. So the plenary power that Congress has is nowhere in the Continental Constitution for the United States of America. This is no more than a small nuisance to the judges who have declared its existence, meaning the judges who have declared the plenary power of Congress. They don't care that it's not. This power was not granted in the Constitution to Congress. That's just a little nuisance. So they will refer to the Constitution just like they refer to us having sovereignty, but it's not really being respected or followed. Administrative agencies and Congress alike grasp firmly to their judicially created prerogatives of total power over their wards. So they're saying the tribes are wards in whose trust they act as they see fit, as Congress sees fit. We trust them, and they act as they see fit over us, merely wards. So we give them the title of Indian, but without the birthright power, it's just an empty, hollow title, like Negro, colored, Black, and African American. Federal Indian law is the continuation of colonialism. Peter, you are just knocking this ball out the park with every damn paragraph. Mr. DeErico, Federal Indian law is the continuation of colonialism on the basis of a non-sovereign tribal sovereignty. He just telling it, y'all. He a non-sovereign, quote unquote, tribal sovereignty. The United States has built an entire apparatus for dispossessing indigenous peoples of their lands once again. Their social organizations, tribal whatever, committees whatever, you are dispossessed of your sovereignty and your lands and there are our original powers of self-determination. We are dispossessed of all of that. The concept of American Indian sovereignty is useful to the United States Corporation because it denies indigenous power in the name of indigenous sovereignty. So they give you the word sovereignty without the power of sovereignty, a hollow word. So you'll be called Indian, but again, you will be like any nigga that now exists. In 1831, the Cherokee Nation. Now this is where we left off. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. We're gonna go now. Let's get into it. Well, stop. Okay. Ancestors, give us wisdom, give us insight, give us knowledge, give us the will to want the power that you gave us. Because if we don't honor that, we do you a disservice. I know it. And I hope more Indians learn that. You don't have to know every part of the fraud to know the fraud. Now, a lot of Indians will say, oh, you don't know enough, so I'm going to stay with the corporation or something like that. Oh, well, you can't explain it to me. Well, you have to want to learn. You could lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. HERU can't do everything. But I give what the ancestors give me to give you. How about let's not make it about HERU right now? What if the ancestors are trying to say something? Then you can't blame HERU, right? I'm only doing what they put in my heart. Don't hate the messenger. So thank you, ancestors. I guess you know what this is for, and I trust you. It will go out where it's supposed to go, and it will bear the fruit that it's supposed to bear. And that fruit is our total sovereignty, not some half-ass corporate sovereignty. In 1831, the Cherokee Nation sued the state of Georgia in the Supreme Court to protect Cherokee lands. The court denied the Cherokee suit on the ground that an Indian nation is not a foreign nation. See how they play it? One day we're a nation, but where it really counts, we're not a nation. We're not really a foreign nation. Oh, we call you that, but you're not a foreign nation. So that is the power that Congress has to play word games with us. Anything to keep us with a half sovereignty, which is non-existent sovereignty. So now you're not a nation. So the court denied the Cherokee suit on the ground that an Indian nation is not a foreign nation entitled to sue a state in the Supreme Court. So we are not entitled to sue a state in Supreme Court. That's what this said. That's how the corporation protects itself. You can't really sue the people who brainchild the fraud fuckery. You can only sue their straw man. They go scot-free, create a different kind of corporation doing the same damn thing. That's the corporate game. That's why corporations, they have a way of sucking the life force out of the man and woman, meaning your bloodline don't mean shit. Your sovereignty is the toilet paper of the corporation. You don't have anything that Congress doesn't say you have. And they're not going to give you anything that will give you authority over them. What does that mean? We have to own it or settle for their benefits and privileges. They'll cook up a special set of benefits and privileges for Indians. They made some for Negroes, right? The voting right. You finally was able to vote, but you still don't win. You just vote. It's just you want to vote. Okay. You could take this little card, go over there, pull a curtain, and we'll take that piece of little paper you had, and we're going to put who we want to put in. But you did vote, right? You can't say you didn't vote. It don't matter that it don't count for shit. Or the only thing it counts for is to give us power over you. That's what it counts for. but it don't actually choose the person that they already selected. You just played a little election game and you waived your rights. And now the person that we selected he has your right. You gave it to him. And he's gonna give it back to the crown and to the Vatican, because he worked for them. Attorney is a title of a nobility. Esquire. Actually, Esquire is a title of nobility. Now, they won't admit that they are esquires, but again, that's how the word game goes. There's several words for the same thing, or one word for several things, either way. But it either has several meanings, or there's just another word that they'll use to hide the functional word, which is esquire, a title of nobility. That's what Lincoln was. So Lincoln was an unconstitutional president. He didn't even have the power to, really, the authority to make any emancipation laws or emancipation amendments. Like the 14th Amendment is, I believe they call it the Emancipation Amendments, I think. 13, 14, and 15. I forgot what. I think they call the Emancipation Amendments. I have to look that up. Sorry, I'm not recalling at the moment, so don't quote me. But anyway. So the court denied the Cherokee suit to protect their lands on the ground that an Indian nation is not a foreign nation. So a foreign nation has more power than you on your landmass, is what it sounds like to me. So you're not a foreign nation. So what that sounds like, a foreign nation got more power than you. So you're not a foreign nation who's entitled to sue a state in Supreme Court. So only a foreign nation can sue a state, is what I'm reading. Unless y'all reading different. So you have another truncated form of nationhood, because an Indian nation is not a foreign nation that is entitled to sue a state in the Supreme Court. That decision has never been overruled. Now, this is an old article, but it's at this point, that decision has never been overruled. So if I was at work, I could do a shepherdize, what they call shepherdize the case, and see if it has been changed. But at the writing of this article, and I'm sure it's still the same. I'm sure it is. The bottom line is, as we said, the fundamental thing is that the feds have the final say. So no matter what, they are going to have the final say, no matter what. Okay, that's what we read. Congress has plenary authority, supreme authority over Indian tribes. End of story. When we leave them in their seats, and even when we join those seats, that's when that's why I feel like a lot of Iroquois are in the Congress, because they now they're really like the chiefs of all tribes when they are in Congress. And once they become part of Congress, they're getting the big fat paychecks. That's what they sold their soul for. Now their children will, get some of that money. So they basically went out for self. Now remember, when we looked at that linguistic map, the Iroquois were a very small Indian group, and even they had to get 5 other nations to join for them to be kind of big, and they were still small. So it's the corporation's way of fucking over as many Indians as possible, getting one little turncoat ass on their side.
Now, there's other Indians. I mean, we pick on the Iroquois, but once you get part of the system, you are like an Iroquois, no matter what tribe you came from. Is what I'm trying. But yeah, you know, it's one. So that was the trade-off. Instead of a great many majority of Indians, whoever gets into Congress, those Indians that have become black just so they can get the power of Congress over all Indians, they figured that's the best thing, that we the chief of all Indians now, all these blacks. And all we got to do is make sure that these niggas stay asleep. That's our main job in Congress. And to down low, override these Indians for more monetarily beneficial pursuits. If that means bringing in a bunch of foreigners to run over these niggas, so be it. We good. We'll be the legacy for the Indians. We of the Iroquois tribe, for instance. We'll be their legacy holders. So okay, but ain't nobody gonna know we Indians because we part of the deal was we have to call ourselves black, Negro, whatever name we make up for that season. That's disenfranchising while we get a big paycheck from the Queen and the Pope, and our children get to be movie stars and politicians and doctors like Dr. Fauci and computer programmers like Bill Gates, who then when you in the system, you could go from being a computer programmer thief and you become like the programmer, but you just basically stole it from somebody else. And then you could get into farming, or where you done married the computer world into farming, as well as the medical field, because that's the kind of clout you have when you part of this. You can glide from one field to another. And nobody checks you, boo. Who gonna check? Who gonna check Mr. Gates? He doing him right, because we can barely travel without paperwork and all of this shit. But he can buy up land, redo the food that's going to in all people. Like, where's our protections? Government, hello. Whoa. Oh, why is Gates allowed to get into the food supply? Is someone not watching? It's like, we right here, boo, we right here. Okay, so then why is he I mean, I guess it's as clear as day that that's what they're allowing to be done. He ain't nobody checking him. Why? Because he got all this money. That's why he don't get checked. That's like if I was a billionaire, I could go and buy up all this farmland and start fucking with the food, and nobody checks me. Well, they wouldn't let me do that as a black. And anyway, so let's get back to this. Okay, that decision has never been overruled. That an Indian nation is not a foreign nation, and they're not entitled to sue a state in the Supreme Court. That decision has never been overruled and is cited frequently today. Well, like you said, this article is a bit dated, but I think I think it's quite describing what we're in right now. In June of this year, 1997, the Supreme Court decided that the Coeur d'Alene tribe could litigate its land claims against the state of Idaho, not Idaho State. So what does that mean? That means its franchise It's not land soil. It is a fictional version of Idaho. Because the way the government sees it is that we had to fill those assemblies in Idaho with our people because none of the free persons and the Indians have disappeared. So we have to do it in trust for them by sending our agents in to sit in those assemblies. So that's what Anna's doing. She's reestablishing the men and women assemblies for the land jurisdiction. Right now, the government is very happy that there is no representatives on the land and soil because they can run over us with the sea. And that's what they bring, the sea jurisdiction. But Anna, for the state nationals, she's bringing them back on the land, and they have the authority over the fiction. So, and once she start, what she did start already, every state has an assembly, and they meet on a conference call. I know because I'm one of them. Until I assert myself as American Indian, but not the kind of Indian that most of our current awakened Indians are doing. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my true sovereignty. Only then can I, really stay clear of the state nationals. But really, the state nationals are the only ones that know that the sovereignty that the federal government gives is not real. So they are going back to, I tried to explain this in the last video. I'll try it one more time. After we fought the Revolutionary War, there was no such thing as a United States citizen at that point. We were state nationals, but most of us have forgotten that because we weren't even born when that was the deal. Like somebody tried to describe it as, they said, back in those frontier days or whatever, that when you saw cowboys having a duel and they would agree that they would have a duel with the gun, the federal government couldn't stop them because they were state nationals. That's just not the best example of what a state national could do, the kind of power a state national had. They were free. They were free. They could carry guns, whatever. The only thing they couldn't do was rob and steal. That's when the feds would get in. They were only supposed to keep common law, not dominate commerce, Well, they were supposed to, what did they say, regulate it, whatever. But they are dominating commerce. They're getting the money when things are taxed, not the people. So it's a for-profit corporation now, the federal government. So again, an example of what we had after the Revolutionary War, that was real sovereignty. That was real sovereignty. It was state nationals. They were not United States citizens, and we were Indians, not taxed. But that changed when they made the United States citizens. So what is Anna doing? She's getting Americans who are not Indians, but I'm sure a lot of Indians are part of it. Indians that are, have not found any Indian tribes or any Indian organizations that are really living sovereign, but are still under the corporation like we're reading about. So what Anna's doing, she had the United States repatriate back to being state nationals because that was the original status of American immigrants, while Indians were Indians. But what the federal government did was they changed Indians into blacks, Negroes, coloreds, and they changed state nationals and Indians to United States citizens. That's not what white people were at first. They were literally free persons. They didn't owe a debt. They weren't bound to a debt that they couldn't question, like the 14th Amendment says. Let's see if we can pull up the 14th Amendment just real quickly. Uh, Okay, so now this did not exist after the Revolutionary War. I think what I read was that there's only 4 amendments that were done constitutionally. The first 3 or 4 were legitimate amendments. Everything after that was corporate made, not people made, not free persons, not free people, not Indians, corporate made. So I want to read the part where, here it is. So if you want to read all of that, whatever, but this is the part that makes you a slave. Section 4. Well, we want to sort of focus on this part. Okay, but we would have to also include, the validity, it being valid, the debt of the United States corporation authorized by their laws, not laws that we made, but what Congress made, including debts incurred for payment of pensions. So that means you're paying, what does that mean? Debts for payment of pensions. So there's a debt that is incurred when they pay pension. We're not going to get too into that. And bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion shall not be questioned. The validity of the public debt of the public debt of the United States corporation shall not be questioned. We just want to jump to the meat and bones. So a slave can't question a debt that the corporation puts on the slave or the ward. That is what a United States citizen, that is the fundamental thing that makes a United States citizen nothing more than a debt slave. You have to pay that debt and you can't question it. A sovereign would be able to question it. An Indian would be able to question it. As a United States, we're reading the 14th Amendment citizen because this is where that citizen was created. Say now we had a word for citizen before the 14th Amendment. It wasn't this type of citizen, even if we did use that word. So they sort of infiltrate a word and it becomes a negative word. So all persons born or naturalized in the United States, they don't name a specific state. See, the state nationals are saying we are on specific land, soil, jurisdiction states. We're not part of the DC. That United States that they're referring to is DC, the District of Columbia. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So you have to be a subject as well, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Now, that sounds like you're a citizen of that state, but you don't want to be a citizen. You want to be a national, and you don't want to reside in the state because then you're just a resident. So they're looking at it that you are a subject or a citizen of the United States District of Columbia, but you reside in whatever state you're in. And I said it before, but there was a person who was, up on this stuff. And he said the only thing that a United States citizen has as a guarantee is that they can reside in a state. but they're not a national of that state. So that's also why you're not part of a nation, because in that last law that we read, so let's leave this, but that's what makes us, that highlighted part makes all United States, those who say they don't want to give up their citizenship, basically they're saying, I want to stay a debt slave because I cannot question. So you're going to get that burden on your back each and every time. That's how they keep you in a place of being a debtor as opposed to a creditor. But Anna of the State National says that state nationals don't owe any debts. The United States owes them because they are the primary. You know, the national. You know, they're the men and women of the land. They're not corporate fiction. So that's what being a state national means, is you repatriated back to the original status that the Constitution spoke about. That's what we fought for. We didn't fight to become debt slaves like this, what we're reading. We might as well have not fought, because that's why we were fighting, because we were being taxed like crazy and all that. Right? And no, the immigrants didn't want to be taxed by their king like that no more. And we Indians realized that we better get in on the fight, because most of these people look like us, and we'll be mistaken for them by the corporation. That's what the corporation wanted to do, confuse us with those Indians that they sent here that had become subject to King James when they were kidnapped back in 1492, and all they know was Ireland, England, and Scotland. They were kidnapped from America during Columbus's raid. That's what even Dane says in his his groundbreaking article. 98% of so-called Negroes are actually American Indians, I believe is the title, right? So that's why I think Indians joined, because they realized these people look just like us. We will be easily mistaken for these people. Change their clothes or change our, and we are going to be seen like we're their subject. And that's what the king wanted. He wanted to be able to not decipher between us. They want to lump us all together as African American. But those were Indians that they dumped here from Europe. The Negropeans were Indians who had been kidnapped, and all they knew was England, Ireland. So they thinking that they're European. But I want to say was back to this. I think this is another reason why you're not a nation, because really you belong to the DC District of Columbia, and you're a citizen of District of Columbia, but you're residing in the state that you're in. So that's also another reason why they consider it, the way they look at it is that there are no more sovereigns on the land. So we have to run these wards because they're wards. So we can't have them just running around. All the nationals have disappeared, and the Indians died of smallpox, and then all these Negroes all of a sudden appeared. So these are all wards that we have to tax and slave drive and bring them into the corporation, because they are wards in these states that are no longer inhabited by state nationals. But the state nationals are coming back with Anna, and they're starting their real assemblies, which will override anything that the Fed has put in their place. That's what we Indians are supposed to do, override the Negro that the feds replaced us with as well as override the feds who took our position as sovereigns and now are dominating everyone with our sovereignty because they've turned us into African Americans or African. Okay, the Supreme Court decided that the Kurdu Aline tribe could litigate its land claims against the state of Ohio only in Idaho's courts. The Cour d'Alene were claiming aboriginal title. Well, see, I don't think they should have used that word because it's not in the Constitution, you know. So the Cour d'Alene were claiming aboriginal title, a subsidiary title subject to the trusteeship of the United States. What did they just say about aboriginal title? It's a subsidiary title, subject. When you say subject, think of a king having a subject. And think of the United States as the king that you are subject to. So aboriginal title, okay, the Coeur d'Alene tribe were claiming aboriginal title, a subsidiary title subject. See, this is the part I don't think the tribe realized. But I think the court is telling them it's a subsidiary title subject to the trusteeship of the United States. They were trying to work within the limited concept. They were trying to work within the limited concept. They were trying to work in the limited concept of American Indian sovereignty, the limited concept of American Indian sovereignty. It's a limited concept. In throwing the Kurdur Aline suit out of federal court, the Supreme Court stated that the basis of its decision is that Indian, now this is another quote, get your pads and pencils out. This is what the Supreme Court stated, that the basis of its decision is that Indian tribes should be accorded the same status as foreign sovereigns. Wait a minute. Against whom states with a capital S enjoy 11th Amendment immunity. I think they lost me here. Okay. They were trying to work, the Cour d'Alene were trying to work within the limited concept of American Indian sovereignty. In throwing the Cour d'Alene suit, now this was the Cherokee. Wait, is this the same thing? Okay, so no, this is not this is two different. I'm sorry. Let's get this right now. Okay. So the first one we were reading, that was the Cherokee nation sued the state of Georgia. This one is in Idaho. Okay, sorry, I got it mixed up. Okay. They say that decision has not been overruled to this day. And then they say in June of this year, 1997, the Supreme Court decided that the Coeur d'Alene tribe could litigate its land claims against the state of Idaho only in Idaho's courts. So they couldn't do it in their tribal court. The Coeur d'Alene were claiming Aboriginal title, a subsidiary title subject to the trusteeship of the United States. Oh, Lord. They were trying to work within the limited concept of American Indian sovereignty. In throwing the Coeur d'Alene suit out of federal court, the Supreme Court stated that the basis of its decision is that Indian tribes should be accorded same status as foreign sovereigns against whom states enjoy 11th Amendment immunity. Okay. Citing Blatchford versus Native Village of Notak, 501 U.S. page 775, 1991. Idaho versus the Coeur d'Alene tribe, blah, 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 blah. The Cherokee were barred. Oh, that's the case they used against the Cherokee. Sorry. We'll get it right. You know, I'm sorry for the confusion. They were citing this Idaho court to show why the Cherokee couldn't get their land back. The Cherokee were barred from suing in the Supreme Court because an Indian nation is not a foreign nation. The Coeur d'Alene were barred from suing in district court because an Indian nation is a foreign nation. You figure it out. Now you see it, now you don't. Excellent. I was lost for a minute, but his point is basically the feds are playing ping pong with your nigga ass. Okay. That's what his point was. I was confused. Sorry. I'm sorry. But this was an excellent breakdown of how in one situation, you're a foreign nation. In another situation, you're not a foreign nation. Whatever it is to make you lose, Indian, that is what the feds will choose. Whatever it is to make you lose, that is what the federal system will choose. Now I want to read it again. Now that I know what they say. Okay, let's start all over, guys. We got to get this. We got to get this. I'm sorry. I know it's hard, a hard red pill to swallow, but our sovereignty and the posterity of our children, or even if we don't have children, our nieces and nephews' children, they're going to be here. And if we Indians don't get this shit right, why don't you just sacrifice all your children, grandchildren, because you'll save them this hell of living in the bullshit that you're accepting. I have to give it how the ancestors bring it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the ancestors know that we are like a hard-headed people. And they don't want to see us fail. In other words, they're saying we did not spring up in your heart and your mind in this awakening for you to bury us again in this federal graveyard. This corporation, as in corpse. They deaded our ancestors. And we're allowing them to do it to us, to our ancestors, through us again. Let's read this again. In 1831, the Cherokee Nation sued. So the Cherokee Nation is the plaintiff, and they lost. In the second case, the tribe is the defendant and they lost. And as a defendant, oh, wait a minute. Let's see, because yeah, it was Idaho versus Kedura Ali, right? So I guess it doesn't matter, but it's still both sides. You fuck either way, like I said originally. Be the defendant, be the plaintiff. You're going to lose. The federal government is going to cook up something, make up something, because they are the supreme. Whatever they say goes, even if it's contradictory. That's what the point that this man was making. He says American federal Indian law is contradictory. But the one thing that's fundamental is that Congress is going to call all the shots. So that means the feds will win every time, and the Indians will lose every time. Even if they win one, it's like winning a battle but losing the war. That's the big picture, because you're not an authority. Congress is. So what he's saying is that the Cherokee couldn't take their case to Supreme Court. They were barred because an Indian nation is. So the Supreme Court is only for foreign nations? Well, anything that they need to do to batten down that dumbass Indian, okay, is how they look at it. So it's like they're saying the Supreme Court only deals with international. So in other words, the 50 states are nations when the feds decide that they're nations. Otherwise, they'll get called domestic nations, which somehow is a term that I guess the feds cooked up to act like, oh no, you didn't know that there's two different kinds of nations, a domestic nation and an international nation. Well, you tax us like we're international, don't you, federal government? I thought I turned this volume down. Oh man, I have to turn another. I thought I turned my volume down. How the hell is this phone ringing? My volume is all the way down. It's amazing. Anyway, we're not going to read it over. We get it. We get it. And we don't really want to read it because in both cases, the Indian got the raw end of the deal. That's the point here. But yeah, the writer is showing us that one case, you're a domestic nation. And then another case, you have to be a foreign nation. So they're making different types of nations to keep you from, winning your case. Like every other colonial power, the United States early on found it did not have sufficient resources to maintain martial rule over territories it wanted to control. It resorted to indirect rule, oh my gosh, by puppet governments. Lord, didn't I say we ain't nothing but puppets? In the last video, I said that, I believe. We're just puppets. Yeah. It resorted, oh shit. And let me say this, Indians, there are too many of us right now. If we got now don't get this mistaken with we Moors need to unite. No, don't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying American Indians need to unite. And what's an American Indian? It's someone who does not claim to be a Moor. Okay? So don't get it twisted. I'm not saying, oh, we all got to unite. I know that that's not going to happen. But I'm saying there's enough Indians on this land now. We know this because the invention of the pandemic was necessary, right? And we're going to see a lot of die off. But I believe that we're still the majority on this thing. They're going to lie, coming and going. Anything to make us feel small, look small, act small. whatever, right? So if we got of on the same page regarding what sovereignty is, we would be unstoppable. But some of us want our sovereignty through being incorporated, federally recognized, or state recognized. If it was a land soil state, now okay, I can say it this way: if Anna and the state nationals recognize us as a, that would be different, because it would be, we'd be getting it from men and women that are nationals. In other words, if we had nationals on the land and they recognize us based on being state nationals, then we could roll with that. But what we're getting is recognition from a state that is a franchise of the greater corporation, which is the District of Columbia. So it's not, it's a state recognition, but the state itself is the fiction version of the state. Anna is starting to assemble the men and women nationals. And if that version of the state recognized us, then we would be, it would be official. No part, we wouldn't be federal anything. We'd be recognized by state nationals. But we don't need, I mean, we don't need their recognition. I'm just saying that is what they have us believing we're getting when a state recognizes us, but we're not getting it. It's federal recognition with the puppet state that I think we're reading about right now. It resorted to indirect rule by puppet governments through the mechanism of appointed and bribed chiefs. Good Lord, this man's spilling it. But it found that despite every attempt to make indigenous peoples disappear, come on, hit me with it, including allotment of their lands and prohibition of their spiritual practices, indigenous people survive. Well, you know what, indigenous or American Indian? I'm tired of surviving. That I do like breathing. We got to decide that we want to live on our land, not just survive. I mean, it's great that we survive. It's the ancestors that are keeping us. But I think if we disappoint them and go back into this corporation and think that we found what was taken from our ancestors, will we always have them sustaining us? Will they what might they say, look, these people are getting a beat down and we don't want them to survive anymore. Out of mercy, it'll be a mercy killing. How about we let the corporation that they insist on having being dominated by, why don't we let the corporation just vaccinate these motherfuckers dead? All of them. At least they'll get a new start when they reincarnate or some shit. But right now, it would be a mercy killing because they just don't have a clue of what was taken from them. They think the corporation is their friend because the corporation is going to make them a corporation too, or support them as a corporation. They have not figured out that when you get support from a corporation, it's because they know you're joining the boys club and that Congress will have plenary authority over any little tribe you make. So will the ancestors carte blanche always support? Now, they supported us in our ignorance. Will they also support us now that we know who we are? Wasn't that supposed to be the thing that got us back to our original sovereignty, not what the federal corporation calls sovereignty? So if we fail, will the ancestors continue to support us by making us survive all of this bullshit? Or will they finally say, take them out? Take them out. Enough is enough. We're tired of seeing them suffer and not get it. Take them out. Remove them. Maybe when they reincarnate, they'll get it right. It would be a mercy killing, a mercy slaying. It's not because the ancestors don't love us. I wouldn't say that. They awakened us. That's the best thing they could do for us. But I'm saying if we fail them, fail ourselves, fail our descendants to come after us, then maybe we won't survive. Surviving is hard, y'all. It's good for hard times, but it requires hard times. Are we not done with the hard times that this federal government has put on us and continues to do so as it comes up with all these machinations of slavery and different levels of slavery to put us in? Because we refuse to step into our full authority. We're going to settle for being a corporation? Again, we will fall under federal Indian law, American Indian law. And we will lose in court. They will do what they just did with these two tribes, play ping pong with our ass. And we'll be looking like Moo the Fool. And our ancestors will be like, this is what we woke these niggas up for? Nigga, go back to sleep. Just here's a pillow. Well, take this coffin too. You might as well make it an eternal type of deal, because that's what it's going to amount to at this point. If you ain't woke yet, you might as well stay eternally gone, boo. Like every other colonial power, we done forgot that this is a colonial power. We done forgot that the federal corporation is a tool of colonialism, and this article said that. Like every other colonial power, the United States Corporation early on found it did not have sufficient resources to maintain martial rule over territories it wanted to control. It resorted to indirect rule and puppet governments through the mechanism of appointed chiefs, bribed chiefs. But it found that despite every attempt to make indigenous people disappear, that is the goal of the corporation. Are we not clear on that? Do we think they want us here even as incorporated Indians? Well, when they dominate that ass, you'll realize, I guess, that they don't want us here, because, Lord, they giving us, we sure ain't winning in their courts. And our courts are like, what? Romper room? That was a show from years ago. Most of you Indians too young to know what romper room is, but a show where kids got together every day and like kindergarten, romper room, you know. So that's what our courts are like, romper room. Our tribal courts are like romper room. We get to play cowboys and Indians, where we reenact how our ass get kicked because our tribal courts have no authority over the feds. It's like a big show, y'all. But I think a lot of us will settle for that. But at least we being called Indians. Yeah, that's so wonderful. Well, I'm too embarrassed now to be called myself that. If that's the circumstances or the terms that we're gonna agree to be Indians, but we might just call me a nigga. Call me a nigga, because now I know I've earned that shit. Yes, call me black, call me nigga, because call me an Indian it's a shame on to my ancestors. So I might as well put the shame on the Africans or whatever. The ones who have the Pope kissing their feet and stuff in bed with him and stuff. Just call me African American, all right? Because as an Indian, I don't want to be laughed out of here. Let me go out with a little bit of dignity. Okay, I'll put on a dashiki and everything. Just don't call me an Indian, because I'm surely not. if I'm being treated like a whole nigga. Okay. All right. All right. Sorry, that's how the ancestors is communicating. Sorry. That's how they use me. That's the voice they gave me. Okay. I'm sorry if it sounds disrespectful. Well, it's meant to wake us up. Okay. That's what it's meant to do. You gotta say things that make us listen, you know. That's what I believe that's what the ancestors are doing. I don't want, it just is what it is. I mean, don't hate the messenger again. It found that despite every attempt to make indigenous people disappear, including allotment, paper genocide, oh gosh, prohibition of this spirit. That was a big one though. Prohibition of our spiritual practices. That was a heavy one because then we start, practicing the colonizers' religion, which was Christianity and monotheism. So once we gave up, that was our ancestors being disrespected right there with the spiritual practices. So that's not one to sneeze at. That was huge. And a lot of us are still caught in colonizer religion. So that one is still very effective. It's totally effective. Indigenous people survive, not living, surviving. By the 20th century, the condition of their survival was an embarrassment. Oh, who you telling? As I read this and I see what our Indians are happy with, I'm embarrassed. Yes. Well, we would all be once we realize what's going on here. The condition of their survival was an embarrassment to the government. To the government. In 1934, the United States, they kicked our ass so bad that even they felt a moment of pity for us. They was embarrassed for us. Check that out. This is rich. This is really rich. But they was embarrassed for us. It was like, damn, these niggas still don't get it. We embarrassed for them. In 1934, the United States set out to recognize. Oh, here we go. Oh, baby. This article is everything I live for today, y'all. This is giving me life, as they say, and truth that I ain't nobody ready for. In 1934, Lord have mercy, the United States. That's why they started to recognize they felt they were embarrassed for us. But as we will learn that didn't last for too long, because what is federal recognition, right? What, a bigger dildo in the ass? What? Okay, the United States sets out to recognize. Oh, I'm sorry, reorganize. I'm sorry, reorganize. All right, but I say recognize. I'm about to turn these lights on. I'm sitting here in the dark with the computer light on. But okay, sorry about that. Okay, I went off. Forgive me. The United States set out to reorganize indigenous peoples into elected corporate political structures. Okay, reorganize. Sorry about that. In 1934, the United States set out, because they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed for us. Set out to reorganize. See, they do the reorganizing. We just did what we do now, Daddy. What shall I do now, Master? Okay, so I got it. Okay. In 1934, the United States set out to reorganize indigenous peoples into elected corporate political structures. Corporate. So they're making us little franchise. A formalized system of tribal councils. Uh-oh. The concept of American Indian sovereignty was used to justify sufficient authority in the tribal council to maintain order within the tribe while denying these councils any authority beyond the territory which was reserved for them. Oh my goodness. So the whole idea of a reservation is just another level of disrespect. How do we go from having a whole football field or more to a little shack or something? It's the analogy. So they realized they couldn't, there were too many of us. So they formalized a system of tribal councils. The concept of it was a concept, not a reality, of American Indian sovereignty was used to justify sufficient authority. Sufficient to the corporation means it was just enough to keep them slaves. So American Indian sovereignty, so they repackaged sovereignty and sold it to us in to justify a sufficient authority in the tribal council to maintain order. Okay, so they figure they got to give us something to make it look good, but it's nothing that is substantial. It was a concept that was never realized. To maintain order within the quote unquote tribe while denying these councils any authority beyond the territory. But you don't even have the cases we read earlier. You don't have authority even in the tribal lands or the reservation. So what do you have, Indians? Absolutely bullshit. That's what you have. So we don't have any sovereignty outside the reservation, but the feds have all the sovereignty even in the borders of our reservation. That's like saying this little tent outside, y'all could put on your show. Y'all the featured actresses and actors, and we don't gotta. Then in the middle of us doing our little show, acting, woo, 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 woo. We the Indians, yeah, la la, la 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 la. Like when the Munchkins, when Dorothy first got, they were so happy and everything. Then all of a sudden, the Wicked Witch breaks in the reservation, and we thought you didn't have to make it over here. Well, I do, my little pretty. So we're on the reservation, and then all of a sudden we see surrender Dorothy over the reservation in the sky, and then the bitch just pop on the reservation and pull us off the reservation and take our ruby slippers. That's what happened. Oops, what I did. Okay. So what I'm saying, the Wicked Witch can come and go as she please, but we can only stay in the land of the Munchkins. They got the Emerald City. We got to live in the land of the Munchkins and be afraid of that hope that the Wicked Witch don't come on that day, whatever. Okay. But they can come when the Fed, like we read earlier, the FBI agents came and took the slot machines. And how come they always want us to be gambling? Why is like gambling synonymous with Indian tribes? That must be something else that the feds gave us. They said, well, we don't want them practicing none of their spirituality. And we already gave them what spirituality they're going to have: Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, Israelite. Okay, so that's good. So what can they do for recreation? Something that goes against preferably something that goes against those religions. How about gambling? Okay. So they give you a religion that says gambling is of the devil, but then the corporation lets you have casinos. Well, when they say you can have casinos, because as we saw, the FBI came and took your little slot machine, and you like, but you can't, because I'm sorry. I was sorry. No, you ain't, bitch. Give me them slot machines and get your ass on out of here with them feathers all over the damn place. Pick up these damn feathers out this piece. You got you with your feathers falling off, your little feather crown all beat up and toe up from the flow up. Talk about you an Indian in the corporation. Embarrassing our ancestors. That's what we doing. If we continue with this bullshit, all better think about that linguistic map. Know what our work is cut out for us. But yeah, on the reservation, they can come in and do as they please. So what are we getting, Indians? What are we really getting? I told you already. Bullshit. You might as well stay a fucking African slave. So it was used, the concept of American Indian sovereignty concept was used to justify sufficient authority in the tribal council to maintain order within the tribe. So they had to appease us because I guess we was acting up in Romper Room. Said these children ain't too happy with this bullshit we giving them. Let's give them a tribal council and let them act, give them a little gavel, a little white wig, and they to put on top of their feathers, and they could bang the gavel and say, "We want a injunction that you don't take our slot machine." Boom, boom, boom. And then the FBI agent comes and says, "Give me that damn gavel making all this noise up in my reservation. Give me these slot machines before I tear your ass out of here." You take my slot machine. And what do Indians do? What how do you look at your tribe after you just been bitch slapped by an FBI agent? How do you continue? It's like this is what I think would happen. You know, guys, let's just disband. How about we all go back to being niggas? At least we at least our embarrassment will be justified. Because this is some bullshit we promoting, being wearing these feathers while these FBI agents come and tell us how to sit on the potty. You know? So the concept of American Indian sovereignty was used to justify sufficient authority in the tribal councils to maintain order. They only did it so y'all wouldn't act up within the tribe, while denying these councils any authority beyond the territory which was reserved for them. And again, that little reservation can be infiltrated by FBI agents and they can remove shit from, they might as well be able to take your wife or kids, baby. And that's what you're getting, okay? Because what Congress has, if they say they can do it, they will do it. Override your little chief and all of that, and they do, and that you find out who the real chief is. Okay, that's what the feds do. I'm not doing it any. Don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you what they do. If we are honest about the legal history of the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, IRA, we have to say that the tribal council system was intended as a more elaborate puppet government. The system was not the result of the treaty process, hello, but rather the distortion of treaties in the direction that the United States wanted to interpret and apply them. So I guess what he's saying is they kind of reminded Indians that, oh, y'all did have treaties, so we're going to give you American Indian sovereignty, but the way the United States wanted to interpret and apply them. The IRA, Indian Reorganization Act, was passed in part to stabilize the land base and social conditions of American Indians, which had been devastated by the 1886 General Allotment Act. The fact that some of the worst abuses of indigenous peoples were stopped by the IRA was some excuse for the act, but the act was also passed as its title states to reorganize the Indians, overthrowing traditional organizations and promoting a democratic tribal council system structured as a corporate business. When I say that the corporate design alone and using that template is meant to disenfranchise us at an insidious level. That's what I mean, what he just said. The Indian Reorganization Act was passed in part to stabilize the land base and social conditions of American Indians, which had been devastated by the 1886. However, they sure waited a long enough time from 1886 to 1934. So we were devastated by the General Allotment Act. Well, let's go on and find out what that was. Sorry to keep stopping. General, let's see, was it the General Allotment Act? Is that what it was? Of 1887. Purpose. Let's see what the purpose was. Okay. The Dawes Act? Okay. The General Allotment Act of 1887, also known as the Dawes Act or the Dawes Severalty Act, was a U.S. law that authorized the president to divide Native American tribal communal land holdings into allotments for individual Native Americans. It was signed by President Grover Cleveland. So let's read that again. It was a U.S. law that authorized the president to divide Native American tribal communal land holdings into allotments for individual Native Americans. Sound like it's breaking up the tribe. So they're saying we were devastated by this, and the passing of the IRA, Indian Reorganization. They just been doing all kinds of shit with us, huh? Let's go here. I want to read this again from Britannica. Okay. Also called the Dawes Severalty Act, February 8th, 1887. U.S. law providing for the distribution of Indian reservation land among individual Native Americans with the aim of creating responsible farmers in the white man's image. It was sponsored in several sessions by Congress. So when I tell you Congress is your God, Lord and God, that's what I'm, and they ain't trying to have you have no sovereignty, okay? Senator Henry L. That's where all this Dawes bullshit is coming from. The Dawes rolls and all that bullshit. We gotta look him up, baby. Henry L. Dawes. Oh yeah, we're gonna click on that. We gotta see this demon. Probably a mulatto. It was sponsored in several sessions of Congress by Senator Henry L. Dawes and finally was enacted in February 1887. Under its terms, the president determined the suitability of the recipients and issued the grants. usually by a formula of 160 acres to each head of household and 80 acres to each unmarried adult, with the stipulation that no grantee could alienate his land for 25 years. The Native Americans who thus received the land became U.S. citizens, subject to federal, state, and local laws. The original supporters of the act were genuinely interested. No, the fuck they were not. They looked like they were. Oh, oh boy. The original supporters of the act were genuinely interested in the welfare of the Native. That's some bullshit. But there were not enough votes in Congress. What? To pass it. Okay. Until it was amended to provide that any land remaining after allotment to the Native Americans would be available for public sale. The combined influence of friends of the Native Americans and land speculators assured passage of the act. Under the Dawes Act, Native American life deteriorated in a manner not anticipated by its sponsors. The social structure of the tribe was weakened. Many nomadic Native Americans were unable to adjust to an agricultural existence. Others were swindled out of their property, and life on the reservation came to be characterized by disease, filth, poverty, and despondency. The act also provided that any surplus land be made available to whites who by 1932 had acquired 2/3 of the 138 million acres Native Americans had held in 1887. We lose Indians. I don't know how many centuries, how many generations it will take for us to understand that we lose each and every time. Everything they give us is, it seems like, we read this and even the sponsors thought it was great. But did it help us? No, it didn't. They must have known that we wouldn't. Apparently, they're saying we didn't know how to farm at that point. Well, I mean, they're talking about Native Americans, so it is a little confusing. They could be talking about the Mongoloids, but they're getting fucked too. They're just there to take your, like a placeholder, to make it look like the federal government actually cares about them motherfuckers. So it's a lose-lose. Why? Because neither of them, Native Americans or American Indians, have the sovereignty that American Indians are entitled to. When we keep playing ball with this corporation, this is what we get. Oh, they don't have a picture of this monkey motherfucker. Or we can't see what he looked like. Y'all protecting him. Mr. Dawes, every time this name keep coming up, Indians are getting fucked over. Henry L. Dawes. Well, let's look him up anyway. We're gonna see who was behind all this bullshit. Well, a big part of it. Oh, goodness. They don't have no pictures of him. There was the cameras when he was around. Where's the pictures? Always a white man they stick, of course, or a white looking man. I'm clicking on images and the computer's like, I don't know how to do that. Bring up this monkey ass picture. Well, there he is. The white man that takes the blame for what basically black elite are doing. So I bring this picture up, but again, these people are just going by the edicts of the black nobility that sent them here. Looked like one of his eyes got, I don't know, wanted to close up one of them eyes. Nature was trying to blind one of them eyes or something. Look like the lid is trying to close up and stuff. So this is Dawes, who gave you the Dawes rose and all that. Oh, he on eBay too. Well, anyway, this is meant to make us think that, you know, again, I bring up this picture, but by no means do I see that we're in a white man's construct. Hell to the no. I know the race of King James. All you got to do is get the primary source called The Memoirs of John Mackey. And for those of you who are in doubt of the race of King James and his court made up of his family, you'll know who really started this bullshit. And it wasn't somebody that looked like this. But anyway, there's Dawes, whatever. I thought he looked more mulatto, but just I want to bring up a picture of someone who I spoke to about. I was about to say, is that Benjamin Franklin? He didn't look like that when the pictures I saw, but this is Benjamin Franklin Rice. Like, Benjamin Franklin was hella funny looking, man. You know, he looked like, I don't, anyway. But I want to bring up what these Moors really are hiding behind. Let's look at Adam Clayton Powell, because I was bringing this up to my friend in Israel, who this Adam Clayton Powell was way before his time. Adam Clayton Powell. And I want to show you, when you really get your mulatto on, I don't know if people these days know that this is what was considered African American. This man was considered African American, believe it or fucking not. Does that look like a quote unquote black man to you? Which picture should we look at? Well, it's interesting to see his complexion. I mean, he still would, by the common eye, appear to be Caucasian. And I think this is who the Moors really want to put in charge. They want these people that look like this. This man is considered African American. I don't know if you realize that. Let's see. Yep, there you go. African American. That's how some of us look. But he's considered African American. Look at him trying to get his Mac on, because he got that Negro in him, wearing freaking chains and fancy suit and stuff. Look at him, got his gin and juice and shit. That's a Negro, y'all. That's what he was called. Can you believe that? What I'm trying to say, it's not white people that's fucking us over, but it could be white looking Negroes. This is what the Moors was trying to get to dominate, but it was them. It was their offspring, like this dude. Now, I think he tried to do some good shit. I think he did. But what I'm saying is, it's this look that we are being dominated with, and then they, like, you could say this is the Indian, right? This is what's happening to Indians. They want to take the Indians that look like him and say that, now he was rocking that medallion a few times. I wonder what that shit is close up. Looking like he wearing an Akhenaten fucking Aten fucking medallion thing. So y'all don't think that he's I can see the youngins out there. That's a white man. Well, old school black folk or Indians, they know that he was a Negro. They know that he was understood to be a Negro. Which is so funny, you know, like we was when he was around, it was in the Martin Luther King days. And it's just funny that people didn't make a connection like, wow, some of these white people might be actually Negroes. We were still getting our tail kicked, even though the men like him was seen as African American. So I'm trying to get to something where we can see that they referred to him. I know we're going all over the place. Let's go back. Let me see. Oh, there's an Alan Clayton Powell Sr. What he looked like? Oh, that's the senior. So what? Oh, wait a minute. He had a son. Oh, that's senior. So his daddy, was that his daddy? Adam Clayton Powell. Ooh. Okay, so maybe his mama was the Indian. Well, that's how it usually is. Okay. So I want well, people know Adam Clayton Powell. They know that he was African American. He was considered African American. Okay. So let's go. Let's see. Okay. Where's the okay? Here it is. We'll read this quickly and get back to the article. Adam Clayton Powell Jr., this dude right here, born November 29th, he was Sagittarius, so that's why he's so magnanimous and all of that. Was an American Baptist pastor and politician who represented the Harlem neighborhood of New York City in the United States House of Representatives from 1945 until 1971. He was the first what? African American to be elected to Congress from New York. Okay. And we see how he got in there, right? He said, well, he looked like, you know, so that's how they get us, you know. And then some of our people, can you blame them for not wanting to identify? If we, the full bloods, are getting treated like shit, how we think are people that look like this, why are they going to want, if they can get a better deal, don't you think they're going to go for it? And I know we can say, well, that they're a traitor. Yeah, but the thing is, they already look the look. And when they get treated a certain type of way, who's going to want to be treated like shit, right? So he was African American, okay? Oh wow. The second child and only son of Adam Clayton Powell Sr., there's his daddy, who was, I guess, the white element. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They saying the daddy was African American. According to this pop-up that we just got, Adam Clayton Powell was an American pastor who developed the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, New York. So this is not, I don't think this is senior that they're talking about. Should we go to, let's just go to the senior, because I think I'm confusing him with I'm thinking they're confusing him with junior, but no. Adam Clayton Powell, 1865. Now this is senior, was an American pastor who developed the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, New York, as the largest Protestant congregation in the country with 10,000 members. He was an African American community activist. Now, does that mean he was African American? They say he was, wait a minute. Adam Clayton Powell was born near Martin's Mill on Magadi Creek in Franklin County, Virginia. This was in the Piedmont above the fall line of the Roanoke River. His mother, Sally Dunning, a free woman. This man is black too, y'all. His mother was a free woman of color. She was an Indian. My people, all my census records are Schedule 1s. These are free people. Now, I'm not saying they look like this. I'm just saying they were free Indians, like his mother. Named her first son, after her older brother, Adam Dunning. So his mother was a woman of color. He headed the family as a farmer. In 1860, Sally was living with her mother, Mildred, Aunt Mary, and large family, including grandmother Hannah. All the family were free mulattoes, the whole family. Now, I thought the father, it's saying the whole family was mulatto. Mulatto is a racial classification to refer to people of mixed Indian and European ancestry. We're not going with the African thing, right? It's used to consider outdated. Its use is considered outdated and offensive in several languages, including English and Dutch. Whereas in languages such as Spanish and Portuguese, it is not, and can even be a source of pride. Powell wrote in his autobiography that his mother never told him who his father was. Oh boy. And she was free. So it's not like she was raped, right? Well, she could have still been raped, but I'm just saying she wasn't a slave. They were free mulattoes. He described his mother, Mildred Dunning, later listed as Melinda Dunning. Oh Lord, they misspelled her name. See, that's a lot of that going on. Spelling the people's name wrong in the 1880 census. Was mostly Indian. See what I'm talking about here? We are Indian. Anyway, let's go back to the article. He really doesn't look like, I guess Adam Clayton Powell Jr. got the looks from, I don't know, the mother, because this dude don't look nothing like the son. He looked more white than his son, Adam Clayton and Powell. Let's see, because they got the son. Okay. They don't have Junior is not listed. Oh, here he is. So Junior was also like his father. Yeah, so the son looks a little more let's just say he got the better genes than the father did. You don't look nothing like that dude, really. He must look more like the mother. Okay, but they don't even got his pictures here anyway. Yeah, but Adam Clayton was married to Isabel Washington. She was the sister of Freddie Washington. Oh, the actress. So these are it makes me think that these people. Oh, then he married Hazel Scott. So all of his wives were Indians. Isabel Washington, sister of Freddie Washington, the actress, the actress that was mulatto, she could pass for white. Then he married Hazel Scott. Also, his son. Let's see the son. July. Okay. Oh, I thought they'd have a picture of the son, but I guess they just we ain't trying to show these peeps. Adam Clayton Powell the third. Uh-oh. The scandal. Do we have time for the scandal? You could pause the scandal. I got to get back to the article. Okay. If we are honest about the legal history of the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, we have to say that the tribal council system was indeed a more elaborate puppet government. The system was not the result of the treaty process, but rather the distortion of treaties in the direction that the United States government wanted to interpret and apply them. The IRA, Indian Reorganization Act, was passed in part to stabilize the land base and social conditions of American Indians, which had been devastated by the 1886 General Allotment Act. And we read about that before we got, I went off on that damn mulatto thing, you know, and we read about that. So we were devastated by it. And that's where they were giving land to individual Indians. But they couldn't upkeep the farms. That's what it sounded like. You, as an individual, you got all this land and they knew you didn't know what the fuck to do with it. So it's like they could say, well, we gave you the land, but you didn't do nothing, so we gave it to the whites. When we play by the federal government's rules, we are bound always to lose. Because we never get, it's like they have to keep acting like they're giving us something without actually giving us something. That's the game that they're playing with American Indians. And when we incorporate, I guess they smile. Like, we got them again, boys. They think that's the answer for them. Meanwhile, the design itself is something created by the monarchy. The corporation came from the monarchy. The fact that some of the worst abuses of indigenous peoples were stopped by the Indian Reorganization Act was some excuse for the act, but the act was also passed, as its title states, to reorganize the Indians, overthrowing traditional organizations and promoting a democratic tribal council system structured as a corporate business. So when it's a corporate business like that, top dogs get all the perks, the benefits, and those who work under the top dog are the slaves. That's what a business is in America. Quite literally. The fact that some tribal councils still raise sovereignty issues is evidence of the resilience and continued existence of indigenous people. So we will always be fighting for sovereignty, even after we become, involved with the federal court, because we never get it. And they will keep making up shit, taking it away, making it up again, taking it away. So it's an eternal fight for your birthright, and you never get it. You get the appearance of it, and then it is taken away because what? We read Congress has. So let me say this, Indians. You know how I cry and whine and moan and bitch that I know sovereignty is. Somebody help me do sovereignty. But do you understand now what we don't want? So now, say for instance, now we don't know what our sovereignty is because we ain't never had that shit. We just have little visions of it, slightly. But shouldn't reading this let us know for damn sure that we don't want whatever the federal government is giving us? Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is why I gripe, because I'm afraid that we're settling for this. And even though I can't explain to every Indian, it's like, well, isn't that what our work is? It's not just HERU. Isn't that what all in? It's that maybe if we all put our minds together, like the think tanks that are created to think up shit against us, maybe we could figure it out quicker. Instead of running to be part of the corporation, putting our heads together. Instead of laughing at HERU or people like HERU, because they don't know what they're talking about. They can't, they never explained it to me. I don't know what they're talking about. Your duty as an American Indian is to find out. Not HERU ain't supposed to tell you. I'm trying to learn it, but I'm trying to tell you what I know. But instead of fighting other Indians on it, shouldn't we all be reaching for this? The fact that some tribal councils still raise sovereignty issues is evidence of the resilience, but it's evidence that we still have never got it. Okay. Yes, we survived. When are we going to live? Let me illustrate IRA sovereignty with the case. Here's another case of the Western Shoshone. Here's another tribe. In 1863, the Western Shoshone and the United States signed a treaty of peace and friendship. Oh, that already makes, gives me I feel some kind of way because I'm thinking more. Oh boy, give me strength, Anson. In Western Shoshone and the United States, I'm sorry, in 1963, the Western Shoshone and the United States signed a treaty of peace and friendship at Ruby Valley in the heart of Western Shoshone country. The treaty acknowledged Western Shoshone control over their homelands and provided for easements across their land and some mining and related activities. Today, massive strip mines ravage Western Shoshone lands and pollute and destroy the waters. When you play the federal government's rules, baby, you are bound to lose. You think you winning. You think, oh, we overcame. And then this happens. Today, massive strip mines ravage Western Shoshone lands and pollute and destroy the waters. So this fucking government now you got a reservation. That's the only place you are sovereign, according to this motherfucking corporation. And then they're going to encroach and fuck up your water. Why are you doing that? They don't want you to even have the little piece of shitty sovereignty that they give you. Are we not getting this? Is this so hard to understand? Although Western Shoshone land title has never been proven to have been ceded or lost, the Supreme Court has ruled that they are precluded from litigating their title. Western Shoshone people who oppose the destruction of their lands as violation of their title are depicted as outlaws. Baby. That man's I say this a lot, but the ancestors are kicking ass with some of the shit that they are showing us. And we still want to act like we don't. I don't know what that means. What you talking about? Do you see what's happening? Now, they say if you don't learn from history, we going back to 1863. We went in 1997. We went in 1934. History. If we don't learn what's happening to these Indians, baby, we gonna do it again. Why? Because we refuse to embrace the birthright sovereignty. We're looking for a sovereignty created by our colonizer. We think that the colonizer is going to give us our sovereignty, and that if we become a corporation, that we have done the work of reclaiming our birthright. Okay. 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 Well, if we don't learn from history, we're doomed to repeat it. So we'll have our reservation, right? And if the federal corporation wants to builds a massive strip mine to ravish our land and pollute our waters, baby, they can do it. And that's what you settle for, because you want to give them your birthright still, because we don't want to do no farming. We better learn to try. At least we'll be eating food that ain't killing our ass, like, because the government doesn't allow Bill Gates to do whatever the hell that fucking monster is doing. If we don't learn from this, yes, it's a hard pill to swallow. Yes, it means we have to go back to the drawing board. But thank God the ancestors are trying. They haven't given up on us yet. But if we keep fucking around, why should they not give up on us? So a whole tribe is viewed as outlaws on their land by the federal corporation because they want to stop them from polluting their water. So what are they saying? Die, bitch. You a fucking outlaw. Drop dead, motherfucker. How did this come about? Was it through a denial of Western Shoshone sovereignty? No, it was through the affirmation of their sovereignty. That is, through the affirmation of the kind of sovereignty that the Western Shoshone have under federal Indian law. And y'all want to be part of the federal corporation. HERU be crying, kicking the ground, pumping his fist. And I guess I'm going to be looked at as, what you doing? What you think you talking about? You don't want to do this? How we doing it? I'm just trying to help you do it the right way. If I'm guilty of that, guilty I shall be. But I'm doing this out of love. This is not even to, this is not really about dissing anyone. There's a lot at stake for me. I'm looking out for me and you as much as I know how to. This is not to make you look bad or anybody. But I have to say what I'm being given. That's what the awakening was. It wasn't they wasn't going to drop the sovereignty in our lap like that. It's, do we know what is at stake here? So this is what the ancestors can do. They can show us what we don't want to make us start to know what we had. As we have seen, this kind of sovereignty is not really self-determination. This sovereignty is the non-sovereignty of councils, quote unquote, created by the he done said it, finally, United States government in the name of the Western Shoshone people under the Indian Reorganization Act. In accordance with the IRA principles, the federal government recognized. Remember before I said recognize? And now it really is recognized. I done prophesied, y'all. I done prophesied. Of course, in the wrong place, but okay. The federal government recognized various Western Shoshone tribal councils as the agents of Western Shoshone sovereignty. The Temawak band of the councils, empowered to govern the Western Shoshone people and to represent them, quote unquote, in dealing with the outside world, filed a claim under the Indians. Oh Lord, another fucking act of Congress. And Congress sits in those seats almost 365 days a year, dreaming up this bullshit when this is how they spend their time, because they were only supposed to do the real, if it were we the people, we would take a break. But the reason why they stay in those seats is because they have to dominate us. They're not really representing us. So they work harder to not represent us than we would work if we were representing us, because we would have shit done and we'd be out living our lives. These people they were only asked to have whole session once a year, as we read in previous videos. The reason why they don't want to do that is because they know they cannot lose the vice grip, the death grip they have on American Indians. They say evil can't sleep, there's no rest for the wicked. They have to be in those seats almost the entire year, because they are not what they're saying is, we are not moving, baby. We are not leaving these seats. This is how we dominate your ass, Indians. They have plenary authority, mind you, which were not part of their 19 enumerated functions. I don't know how many times I need to say that. I guess I don't know. I don't know. I thought the ancestors woke us up and we was ready for messages like this. That's what I'm thinking. But I feel like Indians are like putting plugs in their ears and marching happily forward into the corporate trap. I guess they get a payoff. That's the only thing that would make someone not, I think, want to hear what this article, not even HERU is saying this. Someone who knows better. And someone who's not even an Indian. And we think white people are the devil and all this. This ain't a black man that wrote this. That's why they could be our biggest allies. If we see, they got us attacking white people. I guess the agents that are infiltrating this awakening, this YouTube awakening, and sort of moving us to be isolated again as Indians, isolating ourselves. And when we isolate, we become a better target for the system that seeks to alienate us so that it can again target us. But if we had the assistance of white people, especially the ones like who wrote this article and Anna von Reitz, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I said it before, we'd be unstoppable. They have the knowledge, we have the sovereignty. Together, oh my God. It'll be just like the Revolutionary War, but this time it won't go south like it did when we allowed them to take over, or they took over and we thought that was Reconstruction. No, we never came back. It was agents of the Crown and the Vatican that came back, or people who were compromised by agents of the Crown and the Vatican, and they took those assemblies working on behalf of the Crown and the Vatican. Okay. So again, the Temawak band of the councils, empowered to govern the Western Shoshone people and to represent them in dealing with the outside world, filed a claim under the Indian Claims Commission Act of 1946. This act was intended to wipe out all Indian title for non-reservation lands. Oh, so we had title to non-reservation land. So this act, the Indian Claims Commission Act, was intended to wipe out Indian title for non-reservation lands by providing money compensation for such lands. Oh, so they bought title to our land, but they knew that we were suffering and we would probably sell. The whole idea is create the problem, create the solution, and boom, the Hegelian dialect. And Indians are once again getting that Amadou Diallo end of the stick. Was it Amadou Diallo? I've done so many of these incidents. The act did not require that a claim represent all or even a majority of the Indians in whose name it was filed. As a result of the Temawak claim, which the traditional non-recognized Western Shoshone opposed, and the Temawak Council subsequently tried to withdraw, the commission told the Western Shoshone that their lands had been taken and that they would receive compensation. The Western Shoshone refused to take the compensation, and one family, the Dans, went to court to defend title against the United States. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals rules that Western Shoshone title had never actually been litigated, that none of the claims made against it were sufficient to take it away, and that since the Western Shoshone had refused the Claims Commission compensation, they still held title. So that's a good thing. The United States Supreme Court reversed the Ninth Circuit, stating that the Western Shoshone could not argue about their title because the compensation had been accepted on their behalf by the United States acting as their trustee. Baby, I'm done again. Do we win with the corporation, y'all? What is history telling you? And if you don't learn from history, what the fuck are you doing? Playing? Play? Romper Room? The Magic Garden? Sesame Street? The Electric Company? Zoom, a zoom? Yes, I'm dating myself. Sorry. So I'm not a youngin', right? So maybe some of what I'm saying is like should be look at how they play ping pong with our ass. I read this and this is when I said it's like a cross. That's what I meant. By the way, I didn't mean that I'm Jesus. I don't need to be Jesus because the Christ is within. And when I said that, I meant within every person. So please don't say, did you say you was Jesus? Because that's a blasphemous. Well, if it was, I wouldn't care because I don't believe in that type of a Christ. I believe, again, as I said, that the Christ that this church has what do you call it? Ceremoniously sacrificed is the one that's in each and every Indian as well as in each and every person. That's the only Christ that I'm concerned about. That's the only one that's real to me. So no. We're going to take a pause and I shall be right back. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. even though you didn't really wait, right? Okay. We just read how the feds punked our asses yet again in their federal system. They have agents set up with a mission to make sure we lose. If a lower court somehow rules in our favor, there's going to be a point where it's going to be, we don't get our birthright back. How about I just say it like that? We don't get the control over our lands that we are entitled to. When they planted their asses here, they had no intentions of leaving. And we trying to make like build a wing for them. And they like kicking our asses up and down the corridor. And we still feel that we need to coddle this entity. We have to start to really look at how they did this. It was a slow process, but that's how we can call it out, because it was done very slow and deliberately. This is why we don't want to play with them. They have a motive that is against us having any sovereignty except that which they give or create for us. So let's read this one more time. Just this last paragraph. The Western Shoshone refused to take the compensation. So they are being what they're supposed to be on their land, refusing money, knowing that their land, their birthright is more important, right? They went to court to defend title against the corporation. Now, I did read, although I didn't post that video, I don't believe, what happened with the Accomack. And, you know, I'm still not quite sure how they did not win their land back, because we're not going to be told about any acts or rulings that you know, they're going to be ruled out like the Shoshone were. So a similar thing happened with the Accomack. I looked up that case. They had a case, and they lost because the court said, this is very recently, you know, that they didn't have title, or so they couldn't show title. The title is by virtue of being an American Indian. That's the title. That's why we don't have it on paper, because it's in our blood. It's called birthright. But they had some to sound like a technicality, like, oh, you didn't do it within the years. There's no limitation on this type of thing, because it's been going on ever since you, the colonizer, started the fraud. But their laws put limits on justice. But anyway, it just reading this, it reminded me of that case, because I did look it up. The court said they had 15 years to challenge the corporation that has their land, and the 15 years had passed when they brought this case. Just little bullshit excuses. How do you tell this is my land from time immemorial? So if your
statutes, because that's definitely what they were going by, statutes and codes and shit, or federal Indian law and shit, then your laws are not recognizing the law of the land, which is, this is my land by birthright. There's no time limit on that shit. But the court told Akamaki, you didn't come back here, you didn't claim it in time. I've been here longer than your ass. Y'all do understand that part, don't you? And they said they weren't able to show title. Well, when you are playing, what's that game? Oh gosh, what's that? Well, you got to put letters and guess the letters or whatever. When you are playing word game or games with our records, fill in the blanks with our records and shit, tic-tac-toe, whatever, with our then yeah, the title, you know, you're gonna have that shit obscured, you know. But the general framework is, you a foreigner come to my land, I was here before you, my land was mine before you appeared, and it will always be mine no matter what you say or do. So what are you talking about? You know, Jeopardy, is that what it is called? Jeopardy? Is that the name of that game show? Anyway, the Western Shoshone refused to take compensation. And one family went to court to defend the title against the United States. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that the Western Shoshone title had never actually been litigated, that none of the claims made against it were sufficient to take it away, and that since the Western Shoshone had refused the Claims Commission compensation, they still held title. The United States Supreme Court, let's say that again, the United States Supreme Court, that's SUPREME, like Diana Ross and the Supreme Court. Supreme Court, let's say it again. The U.S. Supreme Court reversed. This is top dog banana court. The federal corporations big baby. The United States Supreme Court reversed the Ninth Circuit, reversed the ruling that was in favor of the Indians who protested and who refused the Claim Commission compensation. The United States Supreme Court reversed the Ninth Circuit, stating that the Western Shoshone could not argue about their title because the compensation had been accepted on their behalf. If the council is going against what I said, how are they speaking for me, though? The claims, the claims compensation, if they are doing something in exact opposition to me, how the fuck are they representing me or accepting something that I rejected on my behalf? How are they acting, as the Supreme Court said, as my trustee? Well, that in their system, in their top court, as an Indian, you always lose. And if you don't lose the battle, you still lose the war. The Western Shoshone case is not atypical. So it's happened before in other cases. Similar events have unfolded for many other indigenous peoples under United States law. So what is the trick? To get out of United States law. Point blank, period. The point is that American Indian sovereignty in federal Indian law is a tool for limiting the powers of indigenous self-determination and for allowing the United States corporation to determine the structure of indigenous government. This is what we get when we don't go for ours. We need to remember always that sovereignty in federal Indian law operates in conjunction with so-called trust and wardship doctrines. Thank you, brother, for that part. So they're going by a trust and wardship doctrine. Two other concepts proclaimed unilaterally by the United States to assert power over indigenous people. Do we understand what colonization is about yet? Do we understand what colonization is about and the long-term, very long-term ramifications of that colonization? Do we understand what it's about? Does this give us any clue? Or do we just turn our blind eye and said, well, I'm already this, and so I'm going to do this? American Indian sovereignty can only be understood in context of the whole complex of federal court decisions over the last 174 years of colonial and neo-colonial law. So we think it's a new day. We starting over as American Indians, still working with the corporation, because we think that once we discover we Indians, now the corporation got, oh wow, you're what? Oh my God, let me give you your land and your sovereignty back. Oh my God. Wow. We think that's like, oh, all we had to do was figure out that we the Indians and everything gonna go right with the federal system. Baby, they've been at this for 174 years. 174 years. They don't intend to stop, y'all. And if we keep insisting that we just want to be a corporation in their system, let's get prepared for another at least 174 years or more of the bullshit. They'll know that we don't have a clue about what sovereignty is, and they will continue to give us their form of sovereignty. The thing is, we know what sovereignty is not, right? Okay, so we can work from there. The recent proposal in the United States Senate, okay, so this is from 1997, so it's not recent, but I promise you the shenanigans still are very much in effect, okay? The shenanigans are still very much in effect. The recent proposal in the United States Senate, Senator Slade Gorton's
writer to the appropriations bill for Department of Interior to eliminate American Indian sovereignty as a condition for receipt of federal funds shows several important things. Uh-oh. So you don't get no funds just because you are American Indian. Okay. First, the struggle over Indian sovereignty, whatever it is far from over and is indeed a hot topic. Well, that still is the truth, even today. Second, even the congressional defenders of this sovereignty say that the United States could eliminate it if it wishes. When I tell you that what they offer us is only benefits and privileges that can be taken away, that is exactly what I mean. I learned this from the state nationals, y'all. And if we are serious about being Indian, we won't run to the corporation. We will run to people like Anna to find out, tell us what is going on. Now we can help you because I'm seeing the way I'm seeing it. Even the state nationals are having a little bit of a time with the corporation, though they know all of this, because the corporation pulls rank over them by saying, well, you're not American Indian. Basically, that is what the corporation is really saying without saying it to the American national. So if we join the American nationals like we did when we did the Revolutionary War, we would win. But if we think that we can go to the federal government and get something that's going to put us in any position that we need to be in, we are sorely mistaken. They've been at this, I'm glad this guy knows how many years, 174 years. So they are very well versed at swatting down our little Indian asses talking about we came back from the dead. They're gonna look at us and say, oh, really? Well, we don't recognize zombies. You are either an American Indian or you gonna be what we make you. Well, they're not gonna tell us to be American Indian. What am I saying? We have to decide that we're American Indian, or we're going to be what they create us to be. That's the choice: sovereignty or slavery. That is the choice we always have to make. And as far as I can tell, we are knowingly or unknowingly choosing slavery once again. The congressional defenders of this sovereignty say that the United States could eliminate it if it wishes. And it does wish. It just don't want to look completely bad. So it'll play with us, with these courts. We'll play ping pong with them in courts. I'll ping them to the Court of Appeals, and we'll pong them out of the Supreme Court, and they'll be right back to where they started. Little Moo the fool with nothing but a dream and Jesus and a pie in the sky waiting for them when they die. Third, the notion that federal funding is rooted in treaty obligations, not in discretionary programs, is almost wholly forgotten. Wait a minute, what did he just say? Funding is rooted in treaty obligations? Now, I never heard that before. I didn't know nothing about that. The notion that federal funding is rooted in treaty obligations, not in discretionary programs, is almost wholly forgotten. So what he's saying is that somewhere in those treaties was our federal funding. But when they don't go by treaty, so that means if we could find a treaty, we would find our funding. And that's what we could live off of. At least until we, really get ourselves up and running.
as sovereigns, not as a little creation of the feds. We really got to get that kind of mindset, Indians. We really have to get that mindset. If we settle for less, we have not won the war. And truly, we have not won the battle either. We've lost. Fourth, the attack on Indian sovereignty can be packaged in a rhetoric of helping the poor Indians. Oh, because, oh yeah, I think I know what he means. In other words, to get these privileges and benefits, you can't be sovereign no more. We got to help you because you're suffering under sovereignty. Indians have been the victims of help since the first missionary efforts. Oh, god damn, he done took us all back to initial colonization. When the church sent the missionaries, when I tell you that the church is behind this, that's exactly what the freak I mean. Indians have been the victims of help, quote unquote, since the first missionary efforts, because it's not help. And what they have for us will not help us in the long run, nor in the short run. Sovereignty in international law. Now, this should be interesting because here's what I believe. Here's what I believe. We don't need our sovereignty to be in an international arena because we have a whole landmass under our feet that is national and is our land. So once we take this to an international playing field, we have to realize that we have given up on fighting on the land. And so now we're no longer, we have no constitution to back us. We have whatever the international court, like, and the United Nations, I guess they would be sort of connected to that since they're United Nations, right? So that's international. But let's read what he got to say. Sovereignty in international law is a power system originated in the 16th century by Christian European states in their dealings with each other and the Catholic Church. Well, that kind of shuts it all down right there. Let's read that again. So when we think of international law, think about the Catholic Church is what I'm seeing. It was originated in the 16th century by Christian European states in their dealings with each other and the Catholic Church. Do we see Indians in that international law equation? That would be a hell no, right? Okay. Okay. So would this be something that would benefit us, or would it benefit Christian European states and the Catholic Church? Whoever creates it, that's who benefits from it, is the name of the federal game. If we don't know that by now, we need to graduate quick. Sovereignty in international law. So a lot of us think we can run to an international playing field and that will be our savior. That is exactly what they want us to do, because by doing that, we are basically giving up fighting on the land or fighting for what is our land birthright. Why do we go to an international when we don't have a footing in the national? To go international, first don't you have to have a nation first? Do you see that they're creating a whole new platform on another landmass, essentially, for you to fight on? So when you win that, you win something in international, not national. That's why ADRIP or UNDRIP, well, ADRIP is still not from the Indians, but that's why they're not really going to really hold out for us. They're not strong enough to sustain the American Indian on this landmass, because you're stepping off of it to reach it. And then you didn't, it's something that's being given to you by something in the United Nations, and then by, well, we got to look to see where HERU came from. I'm sure that it doesn't have copper-colored Indians involved in any authoritative way. And if it is, it's going to be those like far and few between Indians that are with the civilized tribes. Like it'll be a whole tribe of Mongoloid Indians and one or two copper-coloreds who just are, you know, not really seen as the, you know, real Indians. So let's read it again. Sovereignty in international law, or like entities like UNDRIP, is a power system, a power system, a power system, not our system, but a power system. In the 16th century, originated in the 16th century by Christian European states in their dealings with each other and the Catholic Church. By the 19th century, the European outlook upon the extra-European areas became one which instinctively applied the concept of the foreign state and the notion of international sovereignty to conditions in which these ideas remained alien. Okay, I want to read that again. The European outlook upon the extra-European areas became one in which these ideas remain alien. I want to get to what they're saying, but let me see. Let's read it again. The European outlook upon the extra-European areas, so outside of European areas, became one which instinctively applied the concept of the sovereign state and the notion of international sovereignty to conditions in which these ideas remain alien. I'm not sure what that is saying, but it sounds like it applied to a concept of a sovereign state and the notion of international sovereignty to conditions in which these ideas remain in. Sovereignty became the dominant concept in the field of political assumption. The essential qualification for full membership in the international community, the concept of sovereignty provided state power with an inside and outside. States claim supreme power inside what they call their domestic realm and defined other states' realms as outside. This is I'm not really understanding this. And I know, so I think what happens is I'll watch the video and then I'll get it, but not while I'm in the video. Okay. Well, we got to remember how he started out. It's a power system originated. So it originated in Europe. So they're saying those outside of Europe. Okay. European states claim supreme power inside what they're calling their domestic realms and define other states' realms as outside. So it's a European club So that's what international law is, something that started in Europe and it's applied to outside of Europe states as realms outside. It's almost like it's saying Europe is taking ownership of realms outside of Europe that are like their so the supreme power is in their domestic, but it's not in their international, is what I want to say to make it make sense. So again, we have to get what he's saying. We have to look at this opening sentence. Sovereignty in international law is a power system originated in the 16th century by Christian European states in their dealings with each other and the Catholic Church. So they have the supreme. Now we jump down here. These states claim supreme power. The European states claim supreme power inside what they're calling their domestic realm. So Europe is their domestic realm, and it's with the Catholic Church. So anything, in this international framework, anything outside of Europe is defined as other state realms as outside, and defined as other states realms. They have the supreme power in Europe, but everything outside, that's what he's telling us that this is what international law really is. It's originated in Europe and it applies to those domestic European states who are the supreme power. And everyone outside of that, they don't have that supreme power. That's what I'm reading. Now, as the 20th century ends, it is fashionable to argue that sovereignty is changing and that states are losing their validity and meaning. Okay, so it has become virtually a cliche to discuss the decline of sovereignty. So states, that's what I thought, he's saying, I think what I'm trying to say or have tried to say, when you become part of an international type of sovereignty, the state sovereignties lose their validity. It is fashionable to argue that sovereignty is changing and that states are losing their validity and meaning. The state, if we remembered in a prior video, in America, the states had more authority than the feds. That has since changed with the invention of the United States citizen, which sucked all the nationals out of the land soil and put them in a fictional state of states and made them residents in that state instead of nationals in that state. Residents that are really subjects of the District of Columbia and only reside in the state of New York or, the state of, So we don't have any living, breathing entities. These are all fictional. When you go corporate, you go fictional. Sovereignty cannot be an accepted dogma either in terms of its theoretical utility or political sufficiency. The elevation of sovereignty and statehood to universal supremacy is not just being called into question, but is being eclipsed by the press of events and ideas. It is an irony of history that the expansion imposition of the European state system during decolonization of Africa and so-called third world brought into question the very idea of sovereignty. I'm sorry, let's read it again. It is an irony that the expansion and position of the European state system during decolonization of, what is this? It is an irony of history that the decolonization of Africa and the so-called third world brought into question the very idea of sovereignty. Decolonized peoples did not fit into the structure of the sovereign state. The result was and is extreme social dysfunction as new states and their patrons try to coerce peoples and fragments of peoples into sovereign allegiance. Economic development, an explicit goal of a sovereign state, brought on repeated episodes of violence with highly politicized elites grasping for non-African models of governance that ultimately failed to fit African traditions and culture. That's why I'm not understanding it, because this is talking about Africa. So they tried to decolonize Africa, is what he's saying. Decolonized people did not fit into the structure of the sovereign state. So they basically saying y'all don't know how to do sovereignty, so we gotta control it for you. Y'all, it's just crazy. So you colonize the people, then you say, okay, y'all not colonized no more, but you know that they don't know shit about being free. So then you kind of do something else that overrides them. So the result was and is extreme social dysfunction. I'm thinking maybe it's like criminal activity. They're not really sovereign, so they're in this sunken place. They don't fit in with the colonizer protocol, so they're just there, not like the corporate want them to be. So they are like outcasts in their own land because they don't really, they're like, say they live in a jungle, right? And a Starbucks pops up in the middle of the jungle, and everybody that goes there is sophisticated. They know what the drinks are. And these Africans are in the jungle, like, what the hell is that you're drinking? It don't look good. I don't want none of that shit. I'm drinking straight from the river or whatever. Whatever. So they don't fit into the Starbucks life, and then the colonizers decide, oh, we gotta do something with them now. They don't need sovereignty because they don't like it. So let's give them a fake tribe or something with our council that keeps them in a non-sovereign place. That's what I think he's saying. I don't know. But I guess this international sovereignty is even more confusing than the fake national sovereignty is what I'm getting from reading this. What time is it? Oh, let's see. I mean, it's pretty late. Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm being bad right now. I didn't realize what time it was. I usually try to catch we'll get back to this right in a few minutes. Yeah, I saw this already. So yeah, well, the show I want to see is a repeat. So lucky. I can focus. Okay.
No, I didn't realize what time it was. Sorry about that. But I think we'll actually get to the end of this article. So the result of decolonization is extreme social dysfunction. Well, we haven't been decolonized, okay? That's why I'm confused, because, you know, I think Africa, well, they're different from us because they have like a nationality. We don't have nationality. So Africa, I don't get when they bring up Africa. Excuse me. I am so sorry. I'm yawning again. That's a bad thing. Okay. So I just don't get the Africa thing. I think Africa is a whole psyop. And I think it's meant, you know, we're being called African, right? So Africa has to remain looking like she looks. They can't promote her as this posh metropolitan type of thing, because we're here. So as long as we're here, Africa has to rock, as I say this all the time, a poverty look. It has to make, so they have to convince Americans that are the immigrant Americans, that these black folks belong in a third world country. So that's why Africa will never have the modern look. All you can be as modern as you want. Like a lot of Africans that that's not what we look like. Well, that's what your government is promoting to the world: poverty. But that's done for us because ours is the prize land. Our land is the prize. Okay, so for you gotta have the poverty look so that the prize, you know, is, well, how does that work? So in other words, other people can prize America as their own, but look at us as American or African American and say, y'all come from poverty and y'all need to go back to that because y'all don't know how to act up in this beautiful America. What they don't know is that this beautiful America is mine as an American Indian. And we have always been a high society, a high culture. You're being lied to. So everything in America is what we built. So, but they want to make it look like, no, you belong in that third world Africa. Africa is like a third world, basically, type of look. And I believe that's done. Well, let's look, you know, we got the Pope kissing Africans' feet. So the way I see it, commonsensical, is together, the idea is you have to be poor as long as African Americans are in America, quote unquote African American, because the look is they are savage, and that's why they act. Or we gonna promote them as savages in America, and they belong in your savage, ravaged Africa. And the Africans say, "Oh, okay, okay." But as long as we get all their money and stuff, and they, you know, as long as, you know, we are, their wealth gets routed to us for free, we'll keep the poverty low, you know, that we good with that. But it's to make it look like we belong over there, you know, in poverty and not here in the wealth of our land. Okay. So I'll say all that to say I always thought that Africa is a whole psyop. The whole thing is a psyop. You'll never get to the truth with Africa. They will insist and show you YouTube videos of the fabulous cities and blah, blah, blah. You will always have the poverty look. I don't care how beautiful your cities are, because that is your role in the international federal system. You have to be the land that we come from. And so therefore you shall stay poor looking. It is American Indians that define how Africa must look. They can't assert themselves as a fine city type of place. They will always be known in the public mind as the place where the little babies are walking around unparented with the flies around their mouth and in their nose and in the corners of their eyes, eating the mucus and planting eggs in the mucus. With the big belly, no clothes on, uncircumcised, and the breasts that hang down to past the navel and look like forearms. I remember comedians say my grandmother looked like she had forearms. How you gonna rat on your grandmother like that? How you gonna turn your nana into octopus woman, saying her breasts look like 2 extra arms? I will never forget when I first heard that joke. I like to fall out. It was so blatantly disrespectful that the comedian said he peeked in on his he was spying on his aunt or his grandmother getting dressed and putting on her before she put her bra on. It looked like she oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. It's like, how do you do that to your grandma? He said my grandmother looked at 4 arms or 2 without hands. Oh my goodness. It was crazy. And then he did like he made his arms like they was her breasts, and he was swinging, making like making his arms swing. Like that's what, oh my God. How you gonna ditch your grandma? Oh God. Okay, back to the article. Today it is clear that the failure of post-colonial states to be a vehicle for indigenous self-determination is not a momentary problem of adjustment to liberation. Other events and ideas are eclipsing the notion of sovereignty. Multinational corporations, entities dependent on and yet more powerful than states. So he's saying the multinational corporations. Now, this is the second time we've read about the power of a huge corporation. The first time was in Anna's book when we read about how many corporations are in the United States. She said about 185,000. And the corporation are dependent on, yet more powerful than states, dominate the world economy. That's exactly how the elite need it to be. Everything is a big commercial. The world could be falling apart and Flo will still be selling auto insurance like nothing is happening in the world. That's the irony of hyper commercialism. That, and they used to show this in movies where, you know, apocalyptic times, but then there'd still be the big advertisement, even like in a crazy war-ridden world, the advertisements would still be coming on big, huge screens for everyone to see, because the corporation is like untouchable. Oh, you know, the whole idea, and who are those corporations serving? Well, who invented it? We keep going back to this. Who brought the East Indian Corporation to our shores? And from hence on, we've had corporation after corporation after corporation after corporation. What are they doing on our land? What are the corporations doing in America? So, can American Indians answer that question? How has Amazon served to better American Indian life? I mean, in a way, like say that brings us back to our sovereignty.
So what is the corporation here for? It's using our resources, right? Selling them to us, getting rich off of us. And when we work for them, we don't even get a decent check, right? It's only the top brass, and they would be well connected to, say, like the feds, because the feds are serving a monarchy. I don't know if we are getting that. They're a foreign entity, so they're serving what? The ones who created the foreign entity. So where's all the money that they're making really going? Can anyone guess? What do nobility do for a living? If that might help you figure out where all the money's going. Okay. So the reason why they don't have to quote unquote work is because the corporations are doing it all for them. Right? Pretty much, right? So you have these huge mega corporations, but Indians' life doesn't change. Ain't nobody talking about your sovereignty. So the corporation is taking over any notion of even having a nationality, you know? So other events and ideas are eclipsing the notion of sovereignty. Multinational corporations, entities dependent on and yet more powerful than states, dominate the world economy. So they've taken us out of the equation. We don't need you to thrive. We have our corporations which dominate you and make little slaves out of you and waiver you out of your any sovereignty rights you have just to work for them. You have to basically sign away your rights so that they can dominate you fully. So that's what's going on with the corporation. The overall ecological failure of the system of state sovereignty, the destruction of the biosphere in the name of sovereign interest, is also becoming frighteningly obvious. Yeah, so the corporations don't really care much about how they fuck up the ecology and all of that, right? Not really. They wouldn't care like an Indian would care, right? Because the corporation got all, they just moved to another landmass and still use your resources from live and have a base on another landmass. So they could pay pennies to the poor people of the third world. State sovereignty offers only a misleading map of where we are and an even less useful guide to where we might be going. Oh, they don't want us to know where this shit is leading to. Trust me on that. Such terms as internationalization, globalization, and interdependence slip easily off the tongue, but defer all the hard questions. Or deter all the hard. What, for example, is it that is supposedly interdependent? We need to think about how we think about sovereignty and about how it constructs the non-options available to us. The classical attributes of sovereignty already foreshadow the problem of applying this concept to American Indians and other non-state peoples. Absolute unlimited power held permanently in a single person or source, inalienable indivisible, and original, not derivative or dependent. So he's saying the classical attributes of sovereignty already foreshadow the problem of applying this concept to American Indians and other non-state peoples. So these are the attributes are absolute, unlimited power held permanently in a single person or source. I want to say unalienable, not inalienable. Unalienable, indivisible, and original. So that's what sovereignty is for the American Indian. Unlimited power held permanently in a single Indian or source. Unalienable, indivisible, and original, not derivative. It has to originate from us. It can't be a derivative of the federal government or dependent on the federal government is the message he's given us. These are characteristics of power associated with divine right, monarchy, and the papacy of the Christian church. That's the kind of power they reserve for themselves. But that it has to do with taking it from us, you see? So we had it, but the Pope says, or before he denounced the doctrine of discovery, basically said, if you're not a Christian, then you don't have a right to sovereignty or self-governance and all of that. I do as the Pope, and I'm going to force you to, but because you were so bad by not being a Christian, now you have to be punished because that's seen as you were a dirty sinner. And now, just like Esau, you have to lose your birthright because you bad, you a sinner. And it has to be given to other people who God loves, so that they can come to your landmass and you be their slaves, and they make use of all, everything that you got because you a dirty, nasty sinner. And that's why the Pope did this to you. But now he denounced it, and we are still running to be part of his corporation. The Pope has supreme authority over corporation, municipal stuff, like the municipal government and all that. That's the Pope. That's his show. The territorial is his the baby, the daddy's baby. That's the monarchies. That's like the Pope's little boys and girls, his babies. But really, when you break it down, it's the Moor giving our birthright to his descendants, not ours. That's what that breaks down to. The Moors taking our shit and saying and making their children royal and our leaders, filling up Congress, and so on and so forth. So these are characteristics of power associated with divine right monarchy. Remember, King James said he had a divine right of kings, right? But that's what he's getting and sharing with the papacy or the papacy of the Christian church. They are the core concepts of state power that arose around monarchs and church. They were the brainchild of Western political theorists of the 16th and 17th century, especially Jean Bodin, Thomas Hobbes, as a solution to the problem of violent religious struggle. They are not characteristics of power in non-state societies. Joseph Camilleri wrote, the emergence of the sovereign state was the necessary instrument of Europe's colonial expansion. Ooh, the emergence of the sovereign state was the necessary instrument of Europe's colonial expansion. Wow. With this remark, we see the need for an inquiry into the question whether sovereignty can become the instrument of liberation from colonialism. That is deep. If state and sovereignty refer to a framework of supreme coercive power, and such power is absent in tribes, is this a justification for a domestic dependent nation? So I think he's saying if sovereignty is seen as something that came from Europe, colonial powers, can it be the instrument of liberation from colonialism? Well, I would say that whatever the Indian has, it's nothing that a pope gave him. Comes from the land and us being on it before there was ever a Catholic Church. So I guess that's what helps me to understand what I'm reading. I would say that no, I mean, they might call it sovereignty, but whatever it's called, it is something that indigenous have. Okay. Maybe we need to come up with the word for it. Maybe that's the word game, that if they use a word, they take ownership of that word, like sovereignty, you know? So or terra nullius. Okay. If state and sovereignty refer to a framework of supreme coercive power, and such power is absent in tribes, is this a justification for domestic dependent nation or terra nullius, or is it rather a challenge to state sovereignty as the organizing principle of the world? Are we at the threshold of a new way of organizing politics that will, like the state before it, rearrange everything from villages to the world? Camilleri pointed to an increasingly powerful desire to cultivate indigenous values, traditions, and resources that are often antithetical to conventional notions of state sovereignty. In a long passage, he describes the potential for a new era of social organization. The resistance to the present political or economic organization of society expressed by the peace, anti-nuclear, ecological, communalist, consumer, feminist, gay liberation, human potential self-awareness, and other movements cannot be overestimated. They represent a multidimensional response to the colonization of the life world. Colonization of the life world. So he's saying all those movements are like a multidimensional response to the colonization of the world, the life world. Their praxis may not yet pose a decisive challenge to the status quo, but it has already generated a readiness to resist existing institutions and their life eroding consequences. So he's saying all of those movements are like a result of colonization. It's like a multi-dimensional response to the colonization of the life world. The point about these anti-systemic movements is that they are reaffirming the priority of popular sovereignty over state sovereignty. For them, the state retains a positive function only to the extent that it can be used as a vehicle for the realization of popular sovereignty. Whether or not and in what way the state can be effectively integrated into the praxis of critical movements remains, however, a largely unanswered question. Well, I think these movements are also ways of diverting from ultimate sovereignty. So he's saying that these movements are kind of pointing to people seeking sovereignty. I think that's what he's saying. But I think these movements are also diversion. You know, distractions, and it gets people arguing over, like, it gets the slaves to think that they have a right to say, for instance, to be anti-feminist, like, or to be anti-gay, or to be anti all any of those things, ecological, anti-peace, so whatever. So well, okay, so not all these movements are seen as something that the public don't want, but I'm just saying it gets the slaves to not focus on the fact that they're slaves. That's what I'm saying. And it gives them a sense of, oh, we are stopping, for instance, gay liberation. And so now the slaves get to feel like they have a say. But the truth is, you are still slaves. You can hoop and holler, you know, about what you don't agree with. But at the end of the day, you are just a slave. And then the state will still go against your whatever your, you know. So the state gets to play both ways. Like the state can be the ones who oppress gays or feminists, uh or communists or what, communalists or whatever. But then they could turn around and flip the script and support all of them. And then the slaves will be like, but yeah, what you doing? But you always been your wishes don't count, you dumbass. Whether you think they're pious in terms of you maybe like being anti-gay or something like that, they don't matter what it is. If you feel it's righteous, whatever, it's you are being overridden is the bottom line, because you're a slave in this system. Now, common law, I just for the record, common law would not allow for people to terrorize other people. So don't get it twisted. Don't think that, oh, you know, when we go back to whatever, we can attack these people, whatever. No, that's no, criminal laws, you know, that's always going to be criminal. You know, criminal activity is always going to be criminal, you know. So some people will think, oh, well, when we do get control, we're going to crush this and crush that. No, well, people still have sovereignty, means people have rights, not that you get to dominate them with your rights. Okay. The conventional response to a suggestion that local politics might be the center of global organization is to dismiss it with the assertion that states are necessary because the functions they provide cannot be performed by smaller organizations. In a typical lecture, the mere assertion of the state's necessity is enough to set the audience nodding in approval. So, in other words, I see what he's saying. He's saying that the state is what's really overriding tribes. Well, that would be, the states again that are franchises of the feds. So there's a version of the state that is just a little bitch of the federal corporation. So he's saying they are what is being set up as the form of that overrides tribes. The entity is the state. So he's basically saying that the conventional response to a suggestion that local politics might be the center of global organization is to dismiss it with the assertion that states are necessary because the functions they provide cannot be performed by smaller organizations. In a typical lecture, the mere assertion of the state's necessity is enough to set the audience nodding approval. So we'll be had again because we're going to be talked into thinking that the state is necessary. When is that really the case? Why maybe the tribes were good enough for Indians and they don't need the state, is what he's trying to say, I believe. The conventional, okay. Why are we satisfied with such banalities? Why do we accept claims about the inevitability of the state, which, if posed in relation to capitalism or patriarchy, would be set aside in embarrassed silence? So if we understood that the state is also a form of capitalism or patriarchy, then we wouldn't be so in agreement with the state. But he's saying that's what the state, is really about: capitalism and patriarchy. But I still think we talk about the state of states, not the organic state. One might expect local politics to be the most celebrated arena of democracy. Why is it that the conventional view denies the possibility of local autonomy and instead offers suggestions for citizen participation in state institutions? In conventional discourse, the idea of local democracy, of popular sovereignty, fades as an object of political theory, and along with it fade the communities that could sustain it. State sovereignty encloses local and popular sovereignty in parties and interest groups in domestic dependent nations, wardship and trust relationships. This is interesting. Because I think he's arguing against the idea of a sovereign state as opposed to smaller sovereign levels, like tribal sovereigns. I think that's what he's saying, that we automatically assume that the state is better to deal with smaller groups, or smaller groups are not capable as the state. The concept of sovereignty was a response to civil war in the Christian world at the close of the Middle Ages. It spawned an era of centralizing territorial power that in our times, half a millennium later, is coming into question. Sovereignty, the notion of absolute unlimited power held permanently in a single person or source, unalienable, indivisible, and original, is today a theory under siege. Indigenous peoples are only one of the besiegers, but their presence is felt worldwide. Who would have thought even a generation ago that such an old state as Canada would be threatened by indigenous peoples within its borders, or that the Australian High Court would find it necessary to abandon the concept of terra nullius. What was terra nullius again? I can't go back. Okay. The way to self-determination. Indigenous peoples around the world are attacking the supremacy of state government. Well, I don't see that happening with our Indians. I don't see us attacking nothing. We trying to meld with it, be part of it, bathe with it, dine with it, dance with it, everything with it. It's like our best friend. From an indigenous perspective, state sovereignty is a claim that violates their own pre-existing self-determination. Well, I don't know what Indians he's talking about. I never met this kind. Unless they're talking like, you know, making their own government. Again, like the 13%, you know. From an indigenous perspective, indigenous who are aware, in which I don't think they exist because there's no sovereign Indians, right? So what Indians are he talking about? I don't know any sovereign Indians that's not part of the federal government or dependent on the federal government. So which Indians are he's talking about around the world? Okay, indigenous people around the world, not America, are attacking the supremacy of state government. From an indigenous perspective, state sovereignty is a claim that violates their own pre-existing self-determination. That sounds correct. Western jurisprudence has done a great deal to exclude non-state society, yes, or pull rank over them from the domain of law because they lack hierarchical authority structure. They don't like when you don't have a hierarchy. That's why the Algonquin were not really the Algonquin systems were never respected by the colonizer, like they respected the Iroquois. But see, the Iroquois were a small group. That's why they were so desperate and hot to, you know, even have the five you know, what do you call it? The five oh, I forgot the name what they call it. The Iroquois Confederacy. The Algonquin were already a huge linguistic group, tribe, whatever. So they weren't stressing like, oh, we got to organize so we can dominate. They didn't have to do that. The Iroquois Confederacy did, and that's why Britain fell in love with the Iroquois Confederacy, because they could use the Iroquois Confederacy as the little engine they needed to come up against other bigger tribes of Indians. Excuse me. Okay. Western jurisprudence has done a great deal. Jurisprudence has done a great deal to exclude non-state society from the domain of law. Yeah, they denationalized you. That was one way they did it. Because they lack hierarchical authority structure. If indigenous peoples follow the model of state sovereignty, which they are being told they cannot do because they are not states, they may find that when they attain this goal, they have sacrificed the underlying goal of self self-defined self-determination. So they say once you become part of the state, if they allow you to, you'll find that you have sacrificed the underlying goal of self-defined self-determination. The critique of sovereignty jurisprudence is not just an academic matter. It is necessary to clear a space for non-state peoples to exist in the world. Well, non-state people are the ones that had all the land. So we have a space. You don't need to, declare a space. It's there. We just have to be the sovereigns on it. Can there be space in the world and in discourse for non-state societies defined in their own terms? Can there be a space? Well, that's what the land was before it was colonized. Is there a way to talk about indigenous self-determination without using sovereignty? Tony Hillerman commented last month on the anti-Indian legislative strategy of those in the U.S. Senate who want to strip sovereignty from American Indian tribes. He wrote that his friend, Navajo elder Haston Alexander Etzity, would say that the notion that any human or group thereof has sovereignty over any part of Mother Earth is a myth based on the white man's origin story. Hillerman concluded that the problem of Indian sovereignty involves more than how to save what they have from the whites who yearn for it, or the blacks who sent the whites to take it. It can become an internal fight over value. The problem of Indian sovereignty can become an internal fight over values. We are talking about the clarification of the path towards self-determination. What can we say about American Indian sovereignty that might help us imagine a way out of the political confusion of this postmodern age? For starters, we could be clear that there is a problem in working with a concept of absolute unlimited power held permanently in a single person or source, unalienable, indivisible, and original. Why should indigenous people choose a model of thinking, organization, and development that was used to destroy non-state societies? Elias Ahmad is, in his discussion of the conception of sovereignty in Islam, suggested that a realistic analysis of sovereignty would discover that the ultimate moving force, which inspires and controls political action, is a spiritual force. Yeah, it was a spiritual force that came and colonized us. So that can't be used now to say that it could fix the situation. A common conviction that makes for righteousness, a common conscience. See, that's what the monotheists want us to think, that their religion will solve our sovereignty issues. Their religion created our sovereignty issues by taking our sovereignty away from us because we were not Christian. This suggestion is startling because we are used to the Western notion of separation of church and state. Western discussion can speak of common will, but gets nervous with the thought that this phrase only acquires meaning in spiritual terms. So now they're going to hit us with how spirituality again can fix all of it. We had spirituality before any Christians came, okay? And the only reason why that spirituality, quote unquote, didn't work is because the colonists or the colonial powers said that they didn't work and set about destroying them. Why did they do this? Because they wanted our land. It had nothing to do with serving God. So this idea that spirituality can now fix it. Well, whose spirituality? Again, if we were not Christians before the colonizer came, and you're talking about Islam, and we know what the Moors did, we know that the Moors sent these Spanish here. So how is Islam the fixer now? That's Hegelian dialect. Create the problem, then make the solution. Be the problem, and then turn around and be the solution. So this article is taking a turn that I don't know is the turn that we need to go down. Like, he was okay up above, but if you're talking that spirituality is the way back, well, you're I would say he's disrespecting indigenous once again, because that's going to say that what they were practicing was not good enough for them to sustain sovereignty. So now these other religions have to come and establish a grounds for them to get their sovereignty. No, sir, that's not correct. So this article is interesting because it seems to be taking a turn. And we're going to spit out the bones, okay? We're definitely going to do that. So let's see what this is saying here. It's like it's trying to ease religion as the big equalizer. Okay, so okay. I mean, the notion of absolute unlimited power held permanently in a single person or source. Well, he keeps saying a single person, but is what Indians had before we were colonized. And truth be told, no one in the world had it under the Moors, okay? So I don't know if they're qualified to even talk about it, because they were too busy being dominated by the Moors through the Mongol Empire. Every place outside of America was dominated by Moorish Mongolian Empire that had a monarchy. So the people were subjects. The land belonged to the monarchs. So I don't even know if Ahmad here is really in a place to talk like this. Or he's going to say that Islam can help. Maybe it can help you. But again, this is a whole slap in the face to American Indians. Now, this man in this article, now, Eric, what's his word? The Erickson or whatever. I done forgot his name already. But if he started off this article sort of fighting or showing the Indians that we're getting a raw deal, but now he's trying to say that all we need is love through the monotheistic religions, I think he's not taking this in the right direction. The notion of absolute unlimited power held permanently in a single person or source. What does he mean by source? Okay, so maybe he's talking about monarchies. Okay, so maybe I'm getting that wrong. Okay. So yeah, so maybe he's still fighting the right fight, because I realize he's talking about a pope or a king. So the notion of absolute unlimited power held permanently in a single person. Okay, I see what it's unalienable and original is a definition of the Judeo-Christian Islamic God. Ooh, this God died around the time of Machiavelli. Sovereignty was his earthly replacement. Okay. So he's saying it's the Judeo-Christian Islamic force that is saying that sovereignty is for like a monarch, or or a single person. Okay. All significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts. Okay, secularized theological concepts. Not only because of their historical development, but also because of their systematic structure. State sovereignty is a religion and a faith. Okay, I think I know where he's going. He's talking against state sovereignty. And I think yeah. Okay. The way Anna explains is that the people held all of the sovereignty, and they gave a big portion to the state, and the state gave a small portion to the federal government. That's how Anna breaks it down. So in her breakdown, the people still held the higher authority over the state. But I don't think this author is seeing that that's the case. But he might be actually just talking about the state, the version of the state that again is a franchise of the corporation. So maybe that's what he's really referring to. Yeah, it would be. The skillfully drawn borders that cartographers have provided for us are spiritual and philosophical abstractions representative of a form of quasi-belief. They are not detached maps of reality, as proponents would have us believe. These geographies reflect an ardent desire to make or impose sovereignty of physical reality as natural as the mountains, rivers, and lakes. What does this mean for indigenous peoples? There's a multitude of non-sovereign creators and an entire creation of sovereign beings. We are in need of a reassessment of political discourse, a terminology that will link postmodern politics and pre-modern roots of non-state society. Indigenous is nearly synonymous with diversity. That Valerio. The diversity of people's experiences and practices must be our focus rather than the imposed unity of European experience and practice. Wow. The 16th century discovery of non-Christian forms of life in the Americas posed a threat to the stability of Christian values. So he's talking about the doctrine of discovery. The discovery of the American Indians, the confrontation with something radically different from the Christian way of life, raised the question of what kind of relations it is possible to entertain with this other. First, to what extent is it possible to know the Indian concept? To know the Indian accept, First, To what extent is it possible to know the Indian except as something inferior? Second, to what extent is it possible to bring him up into the framework of universal law by giving him the status of a legal subject? Wow. The Western response to this discovery was an effort to make everything speak with one voice. In this effort, non-state societies were given a choice to assimilate to the state system and give up their independent self-definition, or to maintain their self-definition and be denied a place in the world's legal and political order. The underlying assumption was that there is only one reality, and it is West. We're going to take a quick break because we still got a bit to go. Wow. Yeah, references. Okay, so we still got a bit to go. So I'm going to take a break and be back. Okay. Thank you for watching so far, and we shall resume. Back. It was a lengthy break, but we're back. Okay, so we're going to finish out this article. Okay, the Western response to this discovery was an effort to make everything speak with one voice. We were quite diverse before the discovery. In this effort, non-state societies were given a choice to assimilate to the state system and give up their independent self-definition, or to maintain their self-definition and be denied a place in the world's legal and political order. The underlying assumption was that there is only one reality, and it is Western. The problem of figuring out how to talk about indigenous self-determination without sovereignty is partially solved by learning how to talk about states and sovereignty accurately. Far from being an inherent and necessary aspect of self-determination, it appears that state sovereignty is but one form of self-determination. Sovereignty is not an immutable fact, but a political choice made under certain circumstances which may no longer be relevant. The eclipsing of sovereignty in today's world threatens the international order of states and raises the possibility of new ways of understanding what it means to be a people. Half a millennium of sovereignty theory has not fully eradicated the other, quote unquote, against whom sovereignty theory was constructed. I want to read that again. Half a millennium of sovereignty theory has not fully eradicated the other, quote unquote, against whom sovereignty theory was constructed.
So we haven't been eradicated, even with the lack of sovereignty. It sounds like that's what he means. The task before us is to understand the immense differences between states and stateless societies. We must not fall for the line that all societies naturally lead to state formation, or the state formation is even, or that state formation is even a social desire. It is something that, once again, was forced on us. It didn't even bother to go by our tribal lines on the land. It mixed tribes in by creating states that just basically randomly included enemies, Indians who were not really, uh, getting along. So the formulation of a state was making Indians share a land or a parcel of land that before colonization was very strictly lined out so that Indians would not be encroached or seen as being part of one place, one state. But again, the colonialism created these state lines that forced Indians into one state where they were not, according to the linguistic map, the 16, I believe 16, was that 1650 linguistic stock map. That is what we have to go back to. Not a state. Everything was done against our very style of living or lifestyle. We must not fall for the line that all societies naturally lead to state formation. It's a Western imposition, once again, that just disregards what we had or the state lines that we had, the boundaries that we had. The emergence of the state reflects not the desire of a society for its kind of rule, but an urge in men to possess its kind of power. The emergence of the state reflects not the desire of society for its kind of rule, but an urge in men to possess its kind of power. The concept of sovereignty arises in the wake of the rise of the state as an explanation of the basis of its rule. It has been said that the principle of state sovereignty formalizes a specific answer to questions about who we are as political beings that were posed in early modern Europe. Yet, while there has been considerable interest in the questions posed by the principle of state sovereignty, there has been much less reflection on the questions to which state sovereignty is itself an answer. Who are we? What is the political community within which we ought to be thinking about principles of freedom and obligation, justice, and democracy? How ought we to understand the relationship between specific communities and other communities, and between specific communities and humanity in general? It is often tempting to minimize the significance of these questions. So the state, I'm what I'm getting from what this we just read is, who is it serving? You know, who is it defining? It's these are lines that we did not make as American, definitely as American Indians, because we wouldn't have chosen to share our territory with Indians that were not of our linguistic stock, right? Because that's why there was an Iroquois or an Algonquin, and that's why they were not the same. So to have a state that is created around us, forcing us to be part of this one state, it isn't something we choose. The state is something that it would have had to be or have been something that the monarchies created for their purposes, which is to take your, you know, the best of your land and then all of your land and stick you on a reservation where they can come and call the shots if they need to, if they want to. They're not giving us anything in the system, y'all. And I don't know how we think that just simply becoming a corporation is the answer for us. It's just an open invitation for the federal entity to dominate us. And it's saying that we agree to that domination. Why? Why bother being an Indian if you're going to still be dominated? The whole point of being an American Indian was that you are the top tier authority. We have to understand, being colonized, even after all the fighting is over or the inner conflict seems or appears to be over, colonialism is still out for number one, not number two. Number one. So nothing has changed. Time did not what? Make their heart grow fonder. It's still the same mission. And when you read, I really wish I could pull up where King James said that America was his inheritance forever. I wish I could read, because it really shows that there is no intention of sharing what they stole from us with us. It's their inheritance. He didn't say America is his and the Indians' inheritance. So that it's almost like declaring war on all Indians of America in a very subtle, insidious way. We are forever. That's why news is reported the way it is. That's why it's always about blacks against whites. All of it is we're the bad guy. Okay? We're the bad guy. There is no compromising with the entity that sits on our land. There's no, we don't catch a break. What we catch is what appears to be a break. And then over time, it will morph into what it really is. Just another way of temporarily appeasing us, pacifying us. But the war still rages on against even the most indoctrinated Indian. We don't get anything when the corporation is dominating us. And again, we read that we are 14th Amendment debt slaves as United States citizens, because many of our people are still going to, or choosing to be a debt slave. When their being American Indian would make them anything but a fucking debt slave. And all of the authority on the land. So there are spiritual questions. What does it mean to be people? Well, we got to figure out who gave us that word. We know that human is basically calling us animals, right? HUMAN. We learned that from Chief Kalanago. I might have to link his video, or something. Or these are spiritual questions. What does it mean to be people? Is a spiritual question. The Western Christian rationalist answer to this question is not the only possible answer. This is not the place to catalog the ways in which indigenous peoples answer the question. Suffice it to say that the myriad versions do not require a concept of state sovereignty. Sovereignty, if it exists at all, is a quality of each being in creation. Even the Mongoloids. Now, when they were brought into being by the Moors, playing God with genetics, that's not what they were intended to have, sovereignty. They were not intended to have sovereignty. But as a being, beings join and part in myriad ways, none of them requiring state sovereignty. So he's making a difference between state sovereignty and individual sovereignty. So what he's saying is the colonizer is the one that created the idea of a state sovereign or state sovereignty. Indigenous answers to these questions are not some kind of creed or dogma. Like, the creeds of the church or the dogma of the church. They are alive, born by people in the life of a community. The question, what does it mean to be people, is answered in the giving and receiving of confidence and commitment between persons who recognize and affirm a common community. Not some monarch telling us what that is. When a community has been fractured, the possibility of self-determination is undermined. And we have been fractured, broken, crucified, pulverized, stomped on. Everything has been done to us to diminish us on this land. As we stand, we are still being diminished. I really wonder what these depraved colonists, what is it they see in America that requires that they even try this? Well, America was the first civilization. We are the ones who designed or architectured what or how a true civilization is or how it operates. So that is something they wish to take off the face of the earth so that they can go on with their lies about America, like their lie that America is a new world. Well, once they get the power over America, they can make it whatever they want it to be, right? It was our world, but the Indians came and took it from us. They make up anything. You know, anything. The most pressing problem for indigenous self-determination is the problem of the people. Indigenous peoples who have been subjected to centuries of state violence. He's just naming it, right? He's just calling it out, right? State violence. In the name of state sovereignty, face a profound crisis of the meaning of community, a crisis of political identity. Well, we're Black, colored, all things that don't even give us a state identity, right? That's why we're wards, because we have no identifier the way we are called Black, Negro, colored, and all of that. We have no, we're entities that don't have any laws. So the way the corporation sees it is that it has to constantly create things like civil rights, you know, UNDRIP. Well, see, maybe not, maybe UNDRIP is not a good example, but it is something that seeks to replace our birthright sovereignty with a man-made sovereignty, a corporation-created sovereignty. The UN is a corporation. It doesn't even know what sovereignty is on a people level. It's giving you dogma, you might say, based on its decrees, not what we say, what they say. And when they say it, they create it. And when they create it, they own it. That's why we have to go back to our original state. That was self-created. It wasn't a corporation created thing. what we were before colonization. So in this crisis, it is tempting for people to take on the ways of the state. These ways can be taught. They are, in fact, the most basic part of the curriculum of the modern state education system. So you get taught how to be a state, you know, to take on the ways of the state, he says. It is not accidental that education, quote unquote, has been a primary vehicle for destruction of indigenous peoples. You better preach, Jericho. Education defined by colonizing states has aimed at eradication of indigenous traditions, at destruction of confidence and commitment between persons who recognize and affirm, quote unquote, indigenous community. Now, they have an education system that, again, was not one of their 19 enumerated functions. They're doing all they need to do to push their agenda. We never told Congress that they were to create school systems for us. That's not one of the functions we gave them. Nor did we ever tell them that they were the supreme authority over our Indian selves. When such education is complete, it is safe for the state to allow a recognition of traditions, because traditions have become state relics of the past, no longer part of everyday relations. Ethnic diversity then becomes window dressing, decoration, new clothes for the emperor. The American state can tolerate and even promote the diversity of Irish Americans, Italian Americans, African Americans, and yes, Native Americans. It would be possible for the American state to exist if there were no Americans at all, and everyone was a hyphenated American. Oh my God, did he just say that, or did he just say that? It would be possible for the American state to exist even if there were no Americans. That is their goal. If there were no Americans at all, and everyone was a hyphenated American. They like hyphenated Americans. They cannot stand actual Americans. He said what he said. This man, woo-wee. Ultimately, it is land and a people's relationship to land. If we forget that as American Indians, we are buying our own land. But that's what they've reduced us to doing. So we're getting punked yet again. We're taking the substitute that they give us as if it's the real thing. In other words, as real sovereign Indians, it would be about getting our land back, not buying it from or having to buy it. You know, it would be our original land. So that's why genealogy would have to have an element of us tracing back what lands we were from and finding how to stop this bipolar government from thinking of ways to stop us from reclaiming our land. That's all they do. Like we watch a video where they're arguing that we should do DNA. What is the point if no one is trying to give us our land back? You know, what is it? All they're going to do is put us in Africa. So the DNA test, people really don't understand that it's all a ruse. It doesn't, it's entertainment. It doesn't have, oh, you got, we will pause for a minute and finish off this article. Okay, let's finish off this article. Sorry, I had to take another pause. Okay, share screen. Okay, we're almost done. Thank you for staying for the article. I literally had to take a break, and it was a long, like at least 3-hour break, because I can tell I was trailing off. But we are going to finish the article. Ultimately, it is land and a people's relationship to land that is at issue in indigenous sovereignty. It's all about our land, and if they give us some kind of, which they shouldn't be giving us anything, we should be taking what was taken from us. But if they got their way, it would be about giving us something that involves us having no control of the land. They will control. They come at us as if the federal government has some kind of ownership of our land, and they call the shots. That is not sovereignty, because as he just said, ultimately it is land. And that's what the member of maybe the video before last, I was telling you that the ancestors kind of whispered to me, it look for the land. Excuse me. They say when you sneeze, it's because you said something that was true. So that means when we do our genealogy, as we were saying before this last break, DNA doesn't do anything. DNA test does not do anything to connect you to the land. The DNA test will put you wherever the entertainment package has set out for you to be. And that is West Africa. West Africa was where we were taken to, not where we are from. Don't get it twisted, but that's what the DNA test will do. That's the trickery. That's the fuckery of the DNA test. They get to tell you that you're from Africa. They don't tell you that your people were taken to Africa, and that's why they so can casually say that you're from Africa or Europe. You were taken to Europe. America is the first land. That is how we know the most natural thing to be is American. But when you are taken to another country or continent, this corporation can now say you're from there. If America was the first continent out of the waters, then life would have begun here. Not in Africa. That's why there's no such thing really as being African. You know, we're from America. Life is from America. It was the first civilization on Earth. But the American Indians stayed while the Moors got expelled. After they get expelled, then all these races pop up because the Moors are creating new races. They're creating an army, a legion to come against Americans and then tell us that we're not from here. And that everything began from where the Moors were kicked out to. In Horace Butler's book, he says, a war caused Egyptians, well, when the Moors first left here, they were one of us. They did not want to go by our traditions any longer. So they got expelled. They were no longer traditionally our people because they were looking to create new testaments and new world orders. New people. They wanted things that they created so that they can have dominion. They didn't want what we created as a people because they were looking for dominion. So they set about the rename game or the name game. Their codes and statutes or whatever were about renaming things to give them the dominion over American Indians by teaching us their language. Our language gives us dominion because it's a language that is homegrown from us. So it ultimately, it is land. They renamed land. They renamed places in our land so that they can have dominion over that land. People who think are highly indoctrinated indigenous who think that Mongoloids originated in America. They're from Mongolia, God damn it. That's why they call Mongoloids. They don't originate in America. Do the math. Mongoloids came from Mongolia. They did not originate in America. And look at how you are getting punked when they tell you that Africans came here first. That's another lie. There were no Africans when we were around. There were no Mongolians when we were around. But yet they will tell you people like David Imhotep, author of The First Americans Were African, and these damn Pan-Africanists still don't get it. They look at us. They call us African Americans. They have this book that this Boule brother put together to say that Africans came here first. Now, that's a damn lie, but these Pan-Africans, they think they're so well-read, but they don't even pay attention to the books that say that there was somebody here before the Mongolians. Again, that's some bullshit that they were African, but it does still say that a dark-skinned people was here before the Mongolian. You Pan-Africans are just too fucking indoctrinated for your own good. They don't understand, Pan-Africans don't understand that even in their fucking psyop, Black people were here in America first, god damn it. They insist on making Mongolians first in America. Why? The hell is wrong with you Pan-Africanists? You're so fucking smart that you're a damn idiot. You're idiots. Arguing with quote unquote African Americans when you know we were the first people on the, that's what your fucking Moors are saying with their psyop. They're saying we were the first people on the fucking planet. That's true, but they still lying, saying that we were Moors. But it's true. So Pan-Africanists, when you see one of your people saying that they're the first Indians, sit down and shut the fuck up. End of story. Talking about a goddamn DNA test. You don't need a DNA test to be the first people, bitch. Ultimately, it is land and a people's relationship to land that is at issue in indigenous sovereignty struggles. To know that sovereignty is a legal theological concept allows us to understand these struggles as spiritual projects involving questions about who we are as beings among beings, peoples among peoples. Sovereignty arises from within a people as their unique expression of themselves as a people. On the land, it is not produced by court decrees or government grants, but by the actual ability of a people to sustain themselves in a place. This is self-determination. This is what they are keeping from American Indians. Giving you a damn reservation is not the answer. It's my land that you are occupying. British monarchy or British corporation. Along with your top dog, Vatican. Self-determination of indigenous peoples will be attained through means other than those provided by a conqueror's rule of law and its discourses of conquest. The anachronistic premises of the current system of international law, discovery, and state sovereignty. Now, again, the Pope just denounced discovery. But will the bullshit end? Not if we don't end it. They can say it, forget it, and they will be worshipped and praised more because they said it. Somebody has to make it a reality. Being part of the corporation does not make it a reality. It gives them all the power they need to dominate our ass. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. what we have is innate, as this writer is saying, to us as a people. Our sovereignty is within us. We just need to assert it. We know why we have a right to assert it. We don't have to come up with some statute or code, as he also is saying, a conqueror's rule of law and its discourses of conquest. So what is he saying? We make sovereignty as we stand. Stand. The corporation is going to come at us with all its statutes and codes and its what do you call it? Statutes of limitation. That don't apply to us. Our answer to the corporation is simply, I was here before you created this corporation that has been against me ever since you came. That is how I'm sovereign, and that's what my moves are based on. What are my moves? My moves are finally taking that linguistic map. That is what? Primary evidence or primary documentation that shows where we were located on this landmass. So if we are in a part of the state that was originally where our tribes were, we have every right to pick up and reclaim that land, since the doctrine of discovery has been denounced. All the ingredients are there. So that is another evidence against the corporation. The denunciation of the doctrine of discovery means your state boundaries are bullshit. This is my land, and I'm going to continue to walk as a sovereign on it. None of your police officers have any jurisdiction over me. Now, what they'll do is, say now one of us commits a crime, to spite us, they might, you know, not have the police do anything. Say now something is going on, somebody's being beat up, and you call the cops, but they go by our declaration of our sovereignty, and they say, well, we don't have jurisdiction, you got to get beat up. Okay, fine. Just remember that, okay? Remember, you have no sovereignty over us. We'll handle the situation. They could do some shit like that, I guess. Okay, fine. But no matter what we do to handle that situation, you don't have jurisdiction over us. That level of sovereignty would require that we have some kind of protocol for when those of us who recognize that we're American Indians and see ourselves as American Indians, whatever we do to handle the situation is what we do. No more policing. I can't see, they don't have the authority. That's why it's not that, really, it's not them spiting us. It is a fact that they don't have the jurisdiction. Okay, so let's finish this off. The anachronistic premises of the current system of international law, discovery, and state sovereignty must be discarded. Did he say international law must be discarded? Yes, he said what he said. In order to understand self-determination clearly and see a way to manifest it. We have to manifest it. That's why there's no roadmap. That's why it seems like we're left alone. That's exactly what we need to be. Sometimes being alone is the very best thing. Let's read that again, because that just blew my mind. The anachronistic premises of the current system of international law, that's what he said. International law is no good. Discovery and state sovereignty. So now discovery, that's out of the bag now. Discovery is no longer part of international law. The Pope denounced it. So now we have to deal with state sovereignty. The anachronistic premises of the current system of international law, which include discovery and state sovereignty, both that were imposed upon us, one now, one down, one to go, must be discarded. Let's say that again. The current system of, a lot of us think that international law is our best friend. It is not. It's something that they all of a sudden came out of nowhere and started telling us about international law. And because we are so beat down without our constitution in place, but we do have the territorial and municipal constitutions whooping our ass. The first constitution, the 1787 Continental Constitution, again, that's something for the Antique Roadshow. Because we're so beat down, they've made it seem like, oh, wait a minute, there's someone who comes from over the oceans to save you. We don't want that savior. He's international. He's commercial. We need a land soil savior. International law appeared, and we thought that was like the second coming. No, it's another machination of the devil, if we want to break it down that way. Okay? It's something that Moors love, because that's how they begin to crush the idea of a nation. It's so backward, though, because if there's no nation, how is there international? Well, that's just the magic spell of the fucking Moors, okay? Don't think that I haven't forgotten or have forgotten who's behind all of this. It was a black nobility. Again, get the book. The Memoirs of John Mackey. For those of you Pan-Africanists who really think that it's all the white man doing this to me, think again, dummy. You got to know what the nobility looked like. Then you'll know that the last thing you want to be is Pan-African. Somewhere in Africa, where our people were expelled to and started fucking with Africans. Somewhere in Africa, there's a nigga getting his feet kissed by the Pope. And you Pan-African, Pan-Africanists need to understand why your African brother is getting his feet kissed by the Pope while you're getting your ass kicked by the Pope. Well, he denounced the doctrine of discovery. So your ass kicking is a little bit not as harsh. But if you're African, how come you're not getting your feet kissed, you stupid ass Pan-Africanist? Because they're gonna, because we African, they're gonna come around to that shit again. They just they're just hopeless, okay, at this point. Wondering why we don't get a DNA test. Why don't you get a DNA test? Just so you could prove. That's what, son, I ain't gonna even. They don't understand that the DNA test is for entertainment purposes. It says it on the damn box. Why don't Pan-Africanists understand that the DNA test was just, why do they think it was even made? Did anything change in how we're treated? Did the DNA test change? It can't change how we're treated. Only your genealogy showing that you're American Indian, that you were here before the colonizer. That's the only thing that's going to change your position, not a DNA test. Pan-Africanists, they just don't, they really have been the most long-term, and like, if it were a hospital, they would be listed as critical. Whereas awakening Indians would be in, what do you call it? Like, they would be with the part of the hospital where it's not intensive care. Them Pan-Africanists, they'd be under the defibrillator. They'd be getting the needle in the heart shit. They are, it's like trying to revive the dead. They would have the brain deadness. It's like they you know, the decision would be, well, if they live, they're not going to have a brain though. And they that's the position that Pan-African, they are so clouded in their judgment that they are actually our worst enemy. White people will concede. I see it every day. Y'all know I wear my feathers, right? Okay, I don't have the big obnoxious feathers. Okay, I don't do that at work. I'm not trying to be the clown, okay? But they know what them fucking feathers mean, y'all. You could see it in their face. You could see it in the white person's face. It's like, oh shit, they know. He knows. But this is not a bad thing. They are not contracted to tell us who we are. In fact, it could work against them just like it worked against our ancestors when they said they were Indian. What happened to them? They could be killed. That's what happened. Especially after they done said that they agree to be part of the state system or the you know. So they had they no longer had any right to say they were Indian because they were asked to give that shit up to be part of this corporation. And they just moved us to the fucking end of the line, boo. After we became citizens, we got pushed to the end of the fucking line. Debt slaves. And we pay the most. For some reason, I know that we pay more in taxes than anybody else. It's all part of the oppression of American Indians. When I tell you non-Indians, you probably know by now, but I'm just going to say it again. Quote unquote, black people are not treated bad because they are criminals or seen as criminals. Quote unquote, black people are treated bad in this corporation because of the authority that they have in their blood. over the corporation. That's the only reason we get treated the way we're treated. And everybody else is loved on. Why? Because you other people in America that are not seen as Black or colored, you are no threat to this corporation. Why? Because do we have to sing the Mr. Potato Head song? I made you. You know it's true. Mr. Potato Head, I made you. They made you American. We are American. The corporation made every foreigner here American. They made you a hyphenated American. We are the only people, Negroes and coloreds, and Blacks and all of that. We are the only people that this corporation did not make. We're the only people that the Moors didn't make. So we are the biggest threat to the corporation. That is why we are. It's not because we're inferior, baby. It's because we are superior. Get it? Get into it. It is a fact. You don't beat a dead horse. You don't beat a dead horse. The reason why, quote unquote, Black people are portrayed in the worst way in the media is because only that Black person has the right to send this corporation packing. This is not any kind of what? Terroristic deal. But we are the victims of terrorism, quote unquote, Black people are. Yes, we are. And it's so natural now that we don't even look at it that way anymore. But when we're seeing images of quote unquote Black men being choked out on national TV, that's terrorism against us. But then when it plays out, and this is a big debate if these men should be tried as murderers, the international world has to chime in. We don't get heard by ourselves. We don't have a voice. Why? Because we're wards of the state. They have reclassified us that we're not American. We're the only non-hyphenated American. And you fucking Pan-Africanists are working against us with your bullshit. For you, your liberation depends on you taking our liberation away. That's why you Pan-Africanists are our worst enemy. Because you're the dummies who look like us talking that bullshit and insisting that we're you. No, you're delusional. You don't know who the fuck you are. Not American Indian. But Pan-Africans, like they don't see that part of the fucked up part of being Pan-Africanist is that you must grab all the air in the fucking room. You cannot be Pan-Africanist by your goddamn self. You got to look at other people and start to pull them down into that quicksand bullshit with you, and then get mad and have entire debates about how we are Pan-Africanists. All of it. No, where the fuck not. They don't know what self-determination even means, these fucking Pan-Africanists. That's something that was what? Wasn't part of that fucking Kwanzaa? Self-determination. They won't allow American Indian. These are other quote unquote Negroes who will not allow us to have self-determination. They always want to lump us together. That is what the colonizer did to you. So you need to stop it, Pan-Africanists. When you hear a brother say that he is not an African, step the fuck off and shut the fuck up. You're wasting your breath and you are intruding on someone else's self-determination. You are so ratchet and wrong on so many levels, and you don't even see it. Your arrogance won't allow you to see your ignorance. When a grown-ass man or woman tells you stupid-ass African Pan-Africanists that they are not African, sit down and shut the fuck up or walk away. It's over. International law must be discarded in order to understand self-determination clearly and to see a way to manifest it. This is the real struggle of indigenous peoples, to redefine radically the conceptions of their rights and status. Stop trying to look for our rights and status within the corporation. It is not there. We create it. We call ourselves creative. Create your sovereignty. You have every right to do so and not be touched by this federal corporation who is occupying your land. This is the real struggle of indigenous peoples. I'm going to read it again. To radically redefine the conceptions of their rights and status, to articulate and define their own vision within the global community. Well, we know there's no globe, right? They done renamed the fucking landmass a globe, okay? They rename everything. The globe belongs to those internationalists that this brother just said must be discarded. On the plus side, for all of us, this struggle has the potential for broadening perspective on our that we got to find a new word for that, yo. We're not animals, okay? So how about on this plus side for all of us, this struggle has the potential for broadening perspectives on the condition of man. And mankind, I guess we would have to say. On the plus side, for all of us, this struggle has the potential for broadening perspectives on the condition of man and mankind. Mankind is treated worse than man. But they'll never know it because they are getting the best of the privileges and benefits, but they are privileges and benefits that can be taken away by Congress. As Philip Deere said, it is a mistake to talk about an American Indian way of life. We are talking about man's way of life. Or a being's way of life. This article, I am feeling very respected by Mr. DeErico's article. He just gave us the height of props with this last sentence alone. When I say that, it's really up to Americans to save the entire earth. This is what I meant. If we fail, Indians, this world is doomed. What do I mean? I'm going to bring this back to where it belongs. What I mean is the Moors created a world that's encroaching on America. This is their concept that we're dealing with. Concepts of fake sovereignty, internationalist, globalist, one world orders, one world governments. This is the dream child or the brainchild, or whatever they call it, of the Moor. The Moor is depraved. This is why they're so power hungry. All they saw, when they saw a king or a queen that was legitimate, they didn't see the responsibility of a king or a queen. Mere servants to the people. All they saw was power. And all they wanted was power. They didn't care why the power existed. They have no concept of what kings and queens are about. They think kings and queens are just like landlords and you're living on their land. No, no. This is the misconception that a Moor is retarded by. Power for power's sake, not for the sake of serving the people's best interest. So they use power to dominate, to disenfranchise, ultimately to kill. They create statuses that are not protected by the very constitutions that the same people that they are conquering done told you to go by. They are out to swat down any kind of power they see and take it for themselves. It's not the white man doing this, y'all. And I wish some Indians would grow up and stop fighting a black man's battles. Only black things fight with white things. Indians have to look at, what did he say about chiefs earlier? The ones who basically turned on the people. You have to look at your own. You have to be thorough. Calling out white people as the only thing that's against you is not being thorough. It's going to the hired help and not going to the black CEO who is hiding in the boardroom with all the other races of people. Figuring out ways to continue to dominate our American Indian asses. Do you feel your power right now? I just got like a wind of how powerful we are. We're like what they call the sleeping giant. But I hope that we are not one eye woke when we wake up. We are literally the sleeping giant. And now they're trying to make us a half-sleep giant. We cannot join Congress or run for office and that's not going to solve our issues, American Indians. I mean, I think I was on the fence about it. But I think more what has to happen. Now, I admit, I'm on the fence because it seems like, well, as long as we fill up those seats in Congress, we should be able to steer this thing the right way. But the whole construct is a foreign entity, and that's how the name game works. That's how the creation game works. If they create it, it's theirs. It's like walking into Amazon and saying, well, I'm going to run Amazon now. But you didn't create it. So just getting in there and being the CEO, it's not really going to work because you're still, the construct is what does the job. The very construct itself. What is the construct? The construct is only the top dogs get the money. They're the only ones that have the say. So we get in the corporation, the higher we move up, we become like an Oprah Winfrey. I'm just using her. She's just the first thing I thought of. Who you don't realize that with all your success, nothing has changed for the people. And that's the effect of filling the seats of Congress. It's their construct. So I think I'm back to the Dane Calloway method. I say we just fill up our own seats of whatever, and no one can stop us. How do I say this? Because we are the dominant force as American Indians, what we say will always be the final word. The corporation will not have the power to tell us that that is not so. All they can really do is try to reclaim the foreigner. But the foreigner has already, as I always say, created the state national system. The foreigner is not trying to be dominated by the corporation, even though Indians are. That's why I say we got to be careful, because the next people that will be dominating us will be the state nationals, because they will be going by the original Constitution. And we will still be trying to be United States citizens, saying that we're not giving up that slavery. And the state nationals will be like, oh, okay, we'll be your new slave master if you wish. There won't be nothing they can do but watch us fail, because they can't force us to be state nationals if we are hell-bent on being United States citizens. So you'll get treated like United States citizens. What are they? Debt slaves. So in essence, you will owe the state nationals any debts, because you're a debt slave as a United States citizen. So I think I'm not how do I say this? The model that Dane Calloway is proposing, that is how we do it. We have to create the system. Going into the system, it seems like the solution. But again, who brought this corporation here? It belongs to that entity, the Pope, the Vatican. That is their brainchild, the corporation, not ours. So when we enter it, already we're stepping on someone else's dominion. We're stepping into their domain. We have to create the domain to have complete control of it. It's almost like we have to let our influence just grow. We start by creating it, and as it grows, more of our people will want to be in it, because they will be the superior authority. They will naturally leave all the systems that are not serving them, like the Democrats and the Republicans. They are two creations of the corporation. And I'm starting to think that those first Black people that we saw that were Republicans or whatever they were, starting to think those were like the people who were indoctrinated by the Moors, and that the whole thing was a psyop to make it appear that we gave up the fight and wanted to be part of the corporation. I think somebody puppeted the South. I don't think the South ever surrendered. I think the puppets did. And that was meant to make us think that our people gave up, and they desired for all of us to become part of the union. I think it was a whole psyop. Because that's not what they wanted. And there was nothing offered to them to make the deal any better, except a higher position in the union, possibly. Maybe that was it. Then the chief just, they got a sweetheart deal, offer they couldn't refuse, more money than a sucker could spend or ever spend, and they went with the psyop. We surrender. We tried, but we failed. Somebody read that, and I just thought it doesn't even ring true in my soul. It just doesn't sound like what a real chief would do. They said the Indians were the people that would never surrender. We'd rather die. That was one of the clips we saw on one of the Indian channels. The Indian was the hardest thing to enslave. So why would our people just, we lost, we tried, but we failed? I think we would go down fighting. I think that's what the real Indians would do. I don't think we would surrender. And I damn sure don't think that we would encourage our people to surrender. Not like the Pan-Africans, who are hell-bent on, you know, making us all, they just can't live without us being thinking of ourselves as African. They are so severely indoctrinated that it's a goddamn shame, man. They don't know what they're doing. And they won't leave America. They will be African, wear the dashiki, little kufi, whatever. They will not leave this land, man. Their Indian is showing. They're too scared to leave. They don't want to leave home. Somewhere in their bones, they know ain't shit over there. For them, anyway. Some of them do brave it up and move over there. I have to say, I respect that. Put your money where your mouth is and go struggle it out, boo. But it'll never be yours, no matter what you do. That ain't your birthright, baby. So you will not really be, but I applaud you for at least trying to live your vision. But these folks in the Pan-African community that we keep trying to tell us what to do and that what we need to do, what you need to do is go to Africa. That's what you need to do before you tell us what we should be doing. Go to fucking Africa. Go. You're so dedicated to Africa, then get the fuck out of here. Stop talking, wasting air. Do the damn thing. We're here fighting us as a way to stay here. You don't have to fight us. Just go to Africa where all your allegiance is. So you could find out what the fuck the reality is. So we have reached the end of our article, and there's all the references. Oh, he's Peter. Did I say his name wrong before? Peter DeErico. Thank you, Peter. This is his law page. Let's go to his law page. Is that the page we already visited? Yes, it is. There's the article we just read. American Indian sovereignty. Now you see it, now you don't. From October 24, 1997. This was the inaugural lecture. That must have been a mighty powerful lecture. And people got a good earful from this lecture, boy, because I know I did just reading it. From the American Indian Civics Project at Humboldt State University. I'm really curious, what are they up to now? Let's see what we find. Ooh. I wonder if he wrote all of these. This is his law page. Can federal Indian trust be trusted? The sands of federal trust. Sovereignty path not taken. 2009. A series of columns in Indian Country Today analyzing federal Indian trust doctrine and the foundation cases of federal Indian law. In the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court decision denying compensation to the Navajo Nation. See what happens? That's a perfect example of what happens when we become a nation. Get denied by the Supreme Court for decades of underpaid coal extraction pursuant to federally approved leases in the United States versus Navajo Nation. Wow. But it's a series of articles in the wake of Supreme Court decision denying compensation. All these Indian nations are getting secretly fucked over. And this is what we're running to as awakened real Indians. Now, these are the fake Indians, right? They're getting fucked. And nothing will give this corporation more pleasure than to fuck over the real Indian. That would just, that would be like, that would be the best fuck session they ever had. Fucking these Indians is okay, we really want to get at that bitch over there. That Indian. That's how we know we getting over. And then when she gives birth to our mulattoes, then they're gonna dominate all her prior children. This is what we get with the corporation, guys. This is why there's just, I said this is solemn. This is why. Because I see what's going to happen to us as a tribe or tribes in the federal system. The writing is on the wall, y'all. I don't know what we think is going to change. This is what we get, because we're going to be just like these other Indians. That's how we're going to get treated. The Supreme Court denying compensation to the Navajo Nation. Should we take a look at the Navajo Nation? See who's getting, it expired. Renew now. Okay, so they got so defeated that they had to take down their webpage. Damn. But what were we going to do? We were going to these headlines, man. I just can't stand to see us being inundated with images of British royals. I really can't. We're not a monarchy. Why are we following them in the news? I every time I see it, I have to quickly go to not read it. I realize I can't read it. I feel it's a whole psyop. This is nothing against them personally. This is what the media is doing, right? But the idea is we don't do royals, so we might as well stop falling in love with them, right? They got everything. Why do we need to give them our attention as well? Okay. Why should you want our attention? But again, that's the media doing it. But still, Wait a minute. What were we looking up? Was it a society, American Civic Society? Whoa. Oh, where was that? I thought it was I don't forgot what we were looking at. Oh yeah, here it is. The American Indian Civics Project. I did not get project. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, there's a Little Mermaid. Oh, Tasha K did a video reading Chloe, man. That had me laughing. I'm sorry, I'm digressing. Uh-oh. See these headlines. Look how they got it popping out. It just takes your attention, right? From anything you're doing, you get caught in all the flashing lights of the headlines, all distracted. Oh, Jim Brown, God rest his soul. Anyway, okay. I want the American Indian Civics Project. Look how the algorithm just brings up Native American. And you look, I'm looking for American Indian, and I get Native American civil rights. Oh, that just sounds all kinds of wrong. The American Indian movement. So I guess where's the Civics Project? And look how they just casually use American Indian and then quickly they change the language to Native American civil rights. They just interchange those words. They're trying to make it one thing. It's not one thing. Here we are. But this is just a news article. American in Humboldt, American Indian Civics Program. Nations within a nation. Well, we should know that that doesn't really work, right? A nation in a nation. What the fuck is that, right? Oh, look, they got a telephone number. Should we call them one day on a video and see what happened? Okay, let's read this. Along with the 50 states within the US, there are hundreds of sovereign nations. Okay, well, we know what that level of sovereignty is, right? But this is the project that sponsored that wonderful lecture. Do they know? Did they forget about that lecture? No, I can see this is definitely not going where we need to go, right here. The point to teach natives and non-natives alike so natives know how to be tribal citizens and American citizens. No need to read this article. that sentence just told me what I need to know, okay? And so non-natives understand the rights of tribal citizens. Oh, they're just mixing up all the words. Tribal citizen. The word is sovereigns. We're sovereigns. That's what a real American Indian is. He's not a citizen at all. Nobody's citizen. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, look at this. The 1990 census reported that there were nearly 1.9 million American Indians. and 800,000 Alaskan natives combined. The figures represent 37.9 increase over the 1980 census. Also, they try to say the Native Americans are. We never hear that the Native Americans are a large majority, do we? No. They keep saying the Puerto Ricans and Spanish are the majority. They're lying, but okay, that's who they want to be the majority. Well, that's what colonization brought us, Spanish-speaking people. Now, this is nothing against Spanish-speaking people. It's just reminding you you come from a Spanish origin. That's what you're called, right? Spanish. Spain. That's not America. It's the Moors' love child. Okay. Okay. Let's just see some of this because some of it looks interesting. That $842,000. That ain't enough, that ain't enough for us, y'all, though. But anyway, the event is part of, okay. Along with 50 states within the U.S., there are hundreds of sovereign nations, tribes, and other American Indian entities. Oh boy. If you don't remember what you learned about them in high school, you probably have not forgotten much. To tackle this subject, long overlooked and poorly understood in civics classes, the rights and responsibilities inherent in American Indian sovereignty, Humboldt State University will host about 200 high school students Friday, May 21st for American Indian Civics Day. The event is part of the 4-year $842,000 American Indian Civics Project, directed by Humboldt Center for Indian Community Development, CICD, and funded by W.K. Kellogg. That makes me think of the Industrial Revolution and how these specific rich families just took over America, basically. But anyway, Kellogg, Ford, Chase, was it Chase? What's his name? All Rockefeller and all of that. Capturing the Dream Initiative. Oh boy. On June 21st, the Kellogg-funded program will begin a week-long workshop at Humboldt State to show civics and history teachers how to incorporate into their courses topics such as American Indian citizenship. How about American Indian sovereignty? Oh, citizenship, sovereignty. So it's one of a bunch of things. It should only be one. Tribal governance and economics and tribal relationships to the federal. No relationship. There's no relationship there. We don't relate to a system that's oppressing us as we speak. Okay. Again, some people might feel, oh, but that's saying something that's against. Well, it's using our God-given sovereignty to tell the difference between what we should have and what we are being offered by this federal system. That's all it is. As an American Indian, that system has taken away very effectively my sovereignty, right? So who is getting terrorized here? And me talking against it, that is not an act of terrorism against the system. I'm not saying to go take over nobody's White House, am I? I'm saying that this is a mental state that we Indians need to embrace. so that we can create what we need for ourselves on our land. That's what I didn't say nothing about attacking nobody and no shit like that, right? So just give it up. You know, that's what this will be, you know, that's something that would be said against a video like this. No, I'm telling our American Indians who are sovereigns underneath all the bullshit that that is their birthright to take control. If we say we don't want to use any of these federal paperworks, we can't be jailed or fined or anything. Why? Because we're the first people of the land. We have to, and because again, we're not wards. So you can't come after us talking about your ward. This is our landmass. Hello. I was here before you got here. You're a ward. Wandered around on my land. So no, I'm not a ward. I was here before this corporation. Okay. I don't think that this is for us. But nothing that we didn't create is really going to be for us. And when they talk about Indians, they're not talking about us in this article, by and large. So don't feel like we need to get in here. We don't, okay? We don't. Now, Peter D'Erico, that brother was on to something. This organization, not so much. Oh, I like that sentence. But we don't want privileges. They're not privileged. Privileges are something that a colonizer give you. So this sentence almost sounds legit, but it's not. We are already, before any colonizer comes, we are sovereign. No, we don't enjoy privileges. We enjoy our sovereignty. And US citizens will never enjoy anything. Okay? Except that debt on their back that they cannot question. Those of us who want to be citizens. That's what defines you. And you don't have anything God given. It's Congress given, and Congress taketh away. Congress taketh away. But the debt they don't take away. That just gets bigger and bigger and bigger until they come and just say things like, well, you got to take this shot. Your debt has not been paid, so now we coming to collect your body. You're going to take this shot, and then we're going to talk about, we got food programs for you and new medical, or all of a sudden now all this medical, you know, assistance. I'm hearing people, my friends who are seniors, being approached by the medical. They're getting calls from new fandango medical organizations since post-pandemic. So now now they want to see how the project is going. Is that shit in your body doing what it's supposed to do? Come and join this new medical organization. We're gonna send you free food. You're gonna get food. One of my peeps, She got food delivered to her house. I said, girl, you didn't eat that, did you? Well, see, she having a, she's a senior. She's on a fixed income. Somebody send her free food, she gonna eat it, right? So another Indian being, God knows what they feed. It's just a ugh, ugh. We need to really get the hell out of this thing that we're in. Seriously, there is no hope for us in it. I promise you. Word to our ancestors, I promise you, there is absolutely nothing we are getting that's going to benefit us while we are being dominated. We're going to pull this article up one more time. Well, actually, this is not the article. We're on this, the writer, the author's web page. His this is interesting. This website has migrated to another server as of January 2012. And we went there, right? Oh, well, that picture is not too inspiring. Wow, but that title is. I wonder why we think that these people were here before we were, but everywhere else in the world we was. I don't understand. This psyop it's mind blowing. Our people really, 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 truly, 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 truly believe that this is the face of America. They really do. Yet they will tell you that we were the first people of the world and of the earth, and still think that this is the first American. I don't understand. Can somebody make this make sense? It's called indoctrination. That's why it doesn't make sense. It's something that was suggested to you, and it's always suggested to you. So it becomes an irrational reality in your mind, though you know better. Your automatic response is to say, as a Pan-Africanist now, mind you, that y'all people ain't y'all black people, quote unquote black people, are not the first Americans. That's what the Pan-Africanists are saying. Yet they insist that we were the first people of the world. Then how did this become the first American? Make it make sense. A Pan-Africanist is just, they're brainwashed, okay? They can't make it make sense. Their slave master told them that this was the first American, and they don't make any connections. They take it carte blanche. They don't question it, that it is what it is according to these Pan-Africans. Then they get mad at us for telling them that this is not who we were on this land as the first people. They get mad at us. And you really think that you were the first American? Well, you really think that blacks were the first people on earth? So you tell me, Pan-Africanists, you make that make sense. If we were the first people on earth, how did these people become the first American? Well, with Pangea, oh, never mind. Okay. It looks like some of the stuff looks interesting, but we just spent hours reading a short article with all my extra added special effects. So let's give you guys a break and not make a 20-hour video, okay? This is the dude who wrote that excellent article we just read. And let's see if we can get back to it. Going back. Yes, here we go. This is what we just read. How many pages was it? It was 15 pages. It was it was lengthy, you know. So it wasn't all me. This was a lot of pages, but some people are speed readers. I'm not. So let's go all the way back to that. And we didn't even read all of these pages. So what am I talking about? It's 15 pages, but we only read like how many of the 15 pages? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Where did we start? We started on page 5. So we still read a majority of it. We started on page 5. So we read 10 pages or 11 pages. Y'all know I'm not too great at math, right? I will be looking at the number and saying something else. It's just incredible. I will be looking at 200 BC and say it's 2000 BC. I don't know what I don't know. I just don't know. That's the ancestors didn't give me that that gift, okay? That they gave me something else, okay? I did excel in English when I was a youngster. That was one of the first things that made my parents proud of me, and the schools kind of like, you know, I was my reading and English, you know, were my strong points in grade school. I think that's how I ended up sort of in the realm of law firm, in the law firm world, because it's a very wordy world, you know, semantics, word spells. So the ancestors reared me up to have a mind for word spells, or knowing how, for instance, when I say something like we have to go to the wording of the original Constitution, that is something innate to the gift set that I got from the ancestors. It's that knowing that no, the Constitution didn't say anything about Aboriginals, nor did it say anything about Indigenous. It's very simple for me to understand that. Where others think, oh no, American Indian is interchangeable with Aboriginal, not according to the Constitution. We have a document that's sitting here that is a contract. If we don't use that document correctly or misapply it, there's no way we can call out the fraud that has been committed against it and us, as the Indians mentioned in that contract. We're not to be taxed. Point blank, period. I don't know where the exceptions are coming from. The Constitution didn't mention any exceptions. It didn't say Indian not taxed except when, you know, it didn't say that. So that is just a small example of how I think I was from childhood. That was what I, excelled in. English, reading, whatever. Language arts, they call it. So it is very natural for me to say, we don't want civil rights. That's not in the Constitution. We didn't fight for civil rights when we were declaring ourselves independent and sovereign. So how did civil rights become a thing? It became a thing after they created the United States citizen, because we're no longer in constitutional law, so they had to create a whole new law system called civil rights. And those civil rights are like having no rights at all. they come and they go. Again, if Congress creates it, they decide what you get, not you. Okay? Well, anyway, I think we said enough. This is going to be a 10-hour video. Ain't nobody going to watch it. Excuse me. So I don't know why I got the sniffles all of a sudden. But anyway, again, this is what we read. I hope you enjoyed this reading. I hope you learned something. I really do. I'm learning, and I hope you're learning. I'm not saying I know it all. I said I would revisit something at the beginning of this video. I said because I wasn't ready, and I'm still not quite ready. But the reality is, Tamari is our high culture in the Americas. Ancient Tamari called Egypt, renamed Egypt by factions of the Moors. The Greeks are factions of the Moors. So if they make a word, it's the Moors giving them a new language so they can rename us. Okay. So they called us Egyptian. But I wanted to say that I am aware, and I see I'm trying to be fair. Now, this is not to say that we're not ancient Tamari, but it did occur to me. How are dynasties, where are they coming from? Where's a dynasty coming from? This might be another topic for another video, so maybe I should save it for another video. But the basic idea is we have to, or I have to realize that it seems that dynasties are related. These are families and generations of the same family. For instance, if Narmer was the first king that united Upper and Lower Egypt, even he would have to be related to Akhenaten, someone like Akhenaten, wouldn't he? Because the bloodline that is the dynasty, it's their offspring that's going to inherit the dynasty. Is that what we understand? Yes, that's what's going on in Britain. Basically, it's the same family that's been on that seat ever since there was a Britain. So I had to get real with myself, and I have to admit that yes, perhaps the Moors did usurp power when this uniting of Upper and Lower Tamari occurred. But again, that would be another topic for another time. This video was long enough. I'm gonna stop my share. If you want to just get your last look at the introduction, let me see. They keep saying there's a active version. Then when I click on it, it looks like, so we're going back and forth. Like this version is much smaller. But oh, wait. This is my PDF, which is big. Sorry. This is my PDF version, but the links are still live. It's an interesting, we didn't read the first 5 pages, but it's talking about the doctrine of discovery. Maybe we'll start. This video is long enough. I think we need to close out. I don't know if it makes sense to do a video where we read the first 5 pages, but maybe we will. Who knows? Maybe, unless you read it yourself. I did link it in the first part of this 2-part series that we did. So I'm going to let you guys go. I'm just rambling on, I finally got my second win, so I'm not falling asleep. But now that's going to make this, if I continue, going to make this a very long video. And we don't want that today, right? So I'm going to say thank you for watching. Happy Sunday. You peace, joy, love, health, wealth, your land back, your identity back, your sovereignty back, your real sovereignty. American and Indian. We are peaceful people, and we're only standing up for what is right. That is what this video is about. Not inciting violence. We are peaceful. We don't need to do violence. Now, if we are aggressed upon, then we would be defending ourselves. So no, we're not advocating violence against the corporation. We're advocating that the corporation know its place. You were given 19 enumerated functions. What was not among those functions was creating a school system, having Congress have supreme authority over American Indians. That's not the kind of power we would have given you after we just fought a civil war. I'm sorry, at a revolutionary war. We would not have given you supreme power over us. So where did that come from? Okay. That's what this is about. Now, if that comes off as a threat, it's just the truth. If the truth is threatening, then we have a problem. Okay. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm an American Indian sovereign, baby. That's what I am by birth. And just because I might not know all the workings of being sovereign, I do know I have a voice as a sovereign. And I do know I can speak. And I have spoken. I have read this article. They weren't my words, but the ancestors put this in my mouth to speak. Thank you, ancestors. And on that note, once again, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Till next time. Peace.